Hey there, and welcome to Crime for Sleep. I know you're having trouble falling asleep, so let me keep you company with true crime stories from around the world. Before we dive in, I'm curious, where did you first hear this one? If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Now get comfortable, and let's get into tonight's case. Story 1. The doorknob turned cold in my hand a moment before I touched it, the metal seeping into my skin like a memory. My footsteps on the stairs echoed back a fraction too soon, a hollow sound that preceded my weight on the wood. The scent of rain was there, sharp and clear, though the window showed only a dry, gray street. I always count the steps 13, but today my heel caught on nothing between 12 and the landing. When I looked down, the 13th step was gone, and in its place, the carpet was worn smooth, as if no one had ever walked there at all. That cold, it's the first thing I remember. Not the cold of winter, but the cold of something that has been left alone for a very long time. A flash of white, a curtain lifting, and a breeze that shouldn't have been there. The room was always so still. I think I was humming, a tune without a name, something that got stuck in my head from somewhere. My fingers were tracing the grain of the wooden table, back and forth, back and forth. The pattern was a map to nowhere. There was a sound from upstairs, a soft thud, like a book falling over. I remember stopping, the humming stopped, my fingers stopped, the house was holding its breath. No, that's not right. There is no upstairs. This is the top floor. I live on the top floor. The smell of rain gets stronger sometimes. It clings to the back of my throat. I can taste the dampness, the promise of a storm that never breaks. I found a button once, a small pearlescent button under the edge of the rug. It was clean, as if it had just been dropped. I don't own anything with buttons like that. I put it in a teacup on the shelf for safekeeping. A voice very faint, it might have been mine. It said, "Are you sure you ray alone?" And another voice, or maybe the same one, answering, "I am always alone." The lamp in the corner flickers. It only does it in the evening, when the light outside is the same shade of gray as the dust on the windowsill. The bulb is new, I've checked. I tried to write it down once, to put the pieces in order, but the words looked wrong on the page, like they belonged to someone else's story. The pen felt heavy. The ink was a color I didn't recognize. A memory of a door opening, a different door, not the one with the cold knob. This one was painted a soft, faded blue. There was a hallway beyond it, dark and long. I never went down that hallway. I think I didn't. The carpet on the stairs, I keep coming back to that, the way it was worn smooth on the 13th step, as if feet had paced over it for years, erasing the pattern. But I always skipped that step. I have ever since I moved in. I don't know why. It felt like the right thing to do. There's a photograph on the mantel. It's of a lake with pine trees crowding the shore. I don't remember buying it. I don't remember who took it. Sometimes, if I look at it for too long, the surface of the water seems to ripple. I heard a radio playing. It was a song from a long time ago, all static and melody. I walked through every room trying to find the source. The sound seemed to be coming from inside the walls. When I pressed my ear to the plaster, it stopped. Later, I found my own radio in the kitchen, unplugged, the cord coiled neatly beside it. My reflection in the window at night. The room is lit behind me, but my face is in shadow, just a dark shape where my features should be. And sometimes there is a second, paler shape standing just over my shoulder. I blink and it's gone. I count things, the cracks in the ceiling, the books on the third shelf. The number of times the floorboard by the fireplace creaks when I walk past it. It's a habit. It makes things feel solid. It makes the numbers add up. But they don't always add up. The teacup with the button in it, I looked at it this morning. The cup was empty. The button was gone. A fine white dust coated the bottom like powdered sugar. I don't use sugar. I have a recurring thought. It's not a memory, just a feeling. A feeling of being watched from a place that is both inside and outside the house. A quiet, patient observation. I started talking to the silence. I said, "I know you lay there." The silence answered with the scent of rain. I remember a hand, not mine, a hand placing the photograph of the lake on the mantel. The fingers were long, the nails clean and short, a freckle near the knuckle. I don't have freckles. The cold from the doorknob is in my bones now. It has a permanent chill, a low hum in my blood. I wear sweaters even when the heat is on. I tried to leave once. I packed a small bag. I got as far as the front walk. The air felt thick, resistant. The dry, gray street seemed to stretch on forever in both directions, empty and identical. The sky was the same color as the pavement. I couldn't tell where one ended and the other began. I turned around and came back inside. The 13th step was there again. I counted. 12, 13, landing. The next day it was gone. The smooth, worn patch was back. I am forgetting things, important things. I can feel the shape of the holes they leave behind. I woke up yesterday with a word on my tongue, a name maybe. It was gone before I could speak it. All that was left was a taste of metal and regret. There's a truth here buried under the smooth carpet and the silent radios and the empty teacups. It's a truth I built this house around. I know that now. I laid every brick of this forgetting with my own 2 hands. The doorknob is cold. It is always cold now, even when I don't touch it. I can feel its presence from across the room, a dull ache of metal and memory. My footsteps echo before I take a step. The rain is always coming, a storm perpetually on the horizon. I count the steps over and over, 12, then nothing, then the landing. The numbers never lie. But I think I always have. The house is so quiet, it's waiting for me to remember what I've done. And I am waiting too. The humming started again today, a different tune, one I think I knew as a child. It came unbidden, a thin, reedy sound in the back of my throat. My fingers were tracing the map on the table again, but the grain had changed. It now swirled into a shape I recognized, the rough outline of that lake from the photograph. I looked up at the mantel. The photograph was gone. A pressure began to build behind my eyes, a dull, insistent throb. The scent of rain was so strong it made my eyes water, or perhaps I was crying. I never know the difference anymore. I walked to the window, my reflection a dark smudge against the gray. The second shape was there, clearer this time. It wasn't standing over my shoulder. It was standing beside me. I didn't blink. I held my breath and stared. The shape solidified, its edges growing sharper. It was a woman, her face pale and indistinct, but her hair was a dark cloud around her shoulders. She was looking at my reflection, or through it. Her mouth moved, forming a single, silent word. I spun around, my heart a frantic bird against my ribs. The room was empty. Of course it was empty. I am always alone. But the cold was deeper now, and the silence had a new quality, a listening stillness. I went to the mantel and ran my hand over the space where the photograph had been. The wood was dusty, but in the center was a clean, rectangular patch. And in the very center of that patch, a single, pearlescent button. I picked it up. It was warm, as if it had been held in a closed hand. The memory came then not as a ghost, but as a flood. A different door painted a soft, faded blue. I did go down that hallway. I remember the sound of my own footsteps, the weight of a decision in my chest. The hallway led to a room, a small bedroom with a narrow bed. A woman was packing a suitcase, her movements quick and angry. She had long, dark hair and a freckle near the knuckle of her right hand. She was humming that tune, the one from my childhood, the one she always hummed when she was upset. We argued, the words are a blur of sharp edges and old hurts, but the feeling is crystal clear, a shard of glass in my soul. She turned away from me toward the window where the rain had just begun to fall. I reached for her, my hand closing over the sleeve of her coat. There was a sound of tearing fabric, and a small pearlescent button popped free and rolled away under the edge of a rug. She left. She walked out the blue door and down the hallway and out of my life. I stood in that room for a long time, listening to the rain until the cold settled into my bones and stayed there. I built this house around that moment. I built these stairs without a 13th step because I couldn't bear to walk the same path she had. I made the upstairs vanish because the memory of that room was too heavy to carry. I filled the space with silence to drown out the echo of her voice. The house wasn't haunted, it was a monument, a tomb for a memory I was too cowardly to face. I looked down at the button in my palm. It was no longer just a button, it was a key. The truth I had buried was now out in the open, and it had her face. The chill in the air softened, becoming merely the chill of an old, empty house. The scent of rain began to fade, replaced by the simple smell of dust and time. I walked to the front door and placed my hand on the knob. It was still cold, but it was just metal now. I turned it and pulled the door open. The street outside was still gray and dry, but it was just a street. It had a beginning and an end. I took a step over the threshold, then another, my bag still packed and waiting by the stairs. I did not look back. I knew the house behind me was finally and truly empty. The pavement felt strangely solid under my feet, a rough, real texture I had forgotten. Each step away from the house was a little easier than the last, the air thinning, losing its resistant quality. I walked to the end of the block, my shadow a long, faint shape on the ground, and turned the corner. There was a bus stop there, a simple bench under a plexiglass shelter. I sat down, the plastic cool through my trousers. I didn't know the schedule or even which bus would come, but that seemed unimportant. The act of waiting here in the world was enough. A few cars passed, their tires making a soft shushing sound. A man walking a small dog nodded to me. I nodded back, the gesture feeling foreign but not unwelcome. I realized the low, constant hum in my blood was gone. The cold in my bones was receding, replaced by the mild warmth of the afternoon. I reached into my pocket and felt the button there, my fingers closing around its smooth, pearlescent surface. It was no longer warm, but it wasn't cold either. It was just an object, a piece of a story that had reached its end. When the bus arrived, its doors sighing open, I climbed on and dropped some coins into the fare box. The driver gave me a bored, friendly smile. I found a seat by a window and looked out as the bus pulled away. I didn't look back for the house. I knew it would be just a house now, sitting on a street, holding nothing but dust and quiet memories. The city unfolded outside the window, a stream of shops and parks and people living their lives. The gray sky began to break apart, patches of pale blue showing through. I leaned my head against the glass and watched it all go by, the humming in my mind finally, blessedly still. The bus ride was long, lulling me into a state that was not quite sleep but a kind of waking dream. The landscapes changed from city to suburb to a stretch of open country dotted with trees. I got off at a terminal I didn't recognize, drawn by a sign for a small intercity coach. The destination was listed as Lake Region. It felt less like a choice and more like a continuation, the next logical step in a sequence I had only just begun to understand. I paid for the ticket with the last of the cash in my pocket. The coach was older, the seats worn and smelling of old leather and disinfectant. I took a seat near the back and watched the world turn green. The gray sky was completely gone now, replaced by a clear, endless blue. The pressure behind my eyes had vanished, leaving behind a quiet, empty space. I wasn't trying to remember anything else. I was just letting myself be carried. The coach dropped me at a small town that clung to the edge of a large, glittering body of water. Pine trees crowded the shore, exactly as they had in the photograph. The air was clean and sharp, carrying the scent of fish and wet stone. I walked down the main street, past a general store and a diner, my feet carrying me toward the water. I found a public dock that stretched out into the lake, the wood weathered and silvered by the sun. I stood at the end of the dock, the button held tightly in my fist. The water was dark and clear, and I could see small fish darting in the shadows beneath the surface. I thought about the photograph, about the hand placing it on the mantel. It was her hand. She had been here. She had wanted me to see this. I didn't throw the button in. That would have been too dramatic, an ending for a different story. Instead, I opened my fingers and looked at it one last time, sitting in my palm, a tiny hard moon. Then I put it back in my pocket. It was a part of the story, but it wasn't the whole story. A breeze came across the water, rippling the surface just as it had in the photograph. It was a real breeze, cool against my skin. For the first time in a very long time, I felt the sun on my face. I turned away from the water and walked back toward the town. I was hungry. I thought I would go into the diner and order a meal. I would sit at the counter and maybe talk to the waitress. I would taste the food and it would taste like food, nothing more and nothing less. The house was far behind me. In the silence, there was just silence now. My own silence, however, was finally beginning to fill. The diner was called the Pine Grill, and the bell above the door chimed a clear, high note when I walked in. The air smelled of coffee and frying bacon. A few locals sat in booths, their conversations a low, comfortable murmur. I took a stool at the counter, the red vinyl cracked but clean. A woman with kind eyes and a coffee pot in her hand came over. "Just coffee for now," she asked, her voice warm and real. I nodded, my own voice feeling rusty from disuse. "Yes, please." She poured the coffee, the dark liquid steaming in the thick ceramic mug. I wrapped my hands around it, feeling its simple, earthly heat. I looked out the window at the lake, its surface now dancing with reflected sunlight. It was just a lake. It was beautiful, but it was just a lake. The memory of her was there, but it was no longer a ghost. It was a fact, a piece of my history, sad and finished. The waitress came back with a menu. "Need a minute." "I'll have the pancakes," I said. The words came out easily. While I waited, I watched the people in the diner, a man reading a newspaper, a couple sharing a piece of pie. Their lives were ordinary and complete, and for the first time the thought didn't fill me with a sense of alienation, but with a quiet possibility. My reflection in the window was clear now. I could see my own face, the tired lines around my eyes, the set of my mouth. I was just a man in a diner, waiting for his breakfast. The pancakes arrived, golden and fluffy. I poured syrup over them and took a bite. The taste was sweet and simple, a small, profound pleasure. I ate slowly, listening to the clatter of plates and the easy talk around me. When I was done, I paid the bill and left a tip on the counter. I walked back out into the sunlight, the button a small, insignificant weight in my pocket. I knew I wouldn't stay in this town forever. It was a place to rest, a comma in the sentence of my life. I found a small motor lodge a little way out of town and rented a room for a week. The room was plain, with thin curtains and a painting of a sailboat on the wall. It was perfect. That night I slept deeply, without dreams. The next morning I woke up early. The word that had been on my tongue for so long was finally there, clear and whole. "Eliner," I said to the quiet room. Her name was Eliner, and saying it aloud didn't bring the cold or the rain. It just was a name, a memory, a person who was gone. I got out of bed and opened the curtains. The day was new, and I had things to do. I needed to find a job, something simple. Maybe at the general store or helping out on one of the fishing boats. I needed to buy some more clothes. I needed to live. The house was a closed door now, and I had finally walked away. The steps behind me were solid, all 13 of them, and they led only to the past. The path ahead was unworn, and for the first time in a very long time, that felt like a promise. The general store had a help wanted sign taped to the inside of the glass door, the letters slightly faded from the sun. The bell jingled as I entered, a different sound from the diners, sharper and more metallic. An older man with a thick white beard looked up from behind the counter, where he was sorting a box of nails. "Help you?" he asked, his voice a low rumble. "I'm here about the sign," I said, gesturing toward it. He looked me over, not with suspicion, but with a quiet assessment. "You new in town?" "Just arrived yesterday." "Know anything about hardware, fishing tackle?" "Not much," I admitted, "but I can learn. I'm good with numbers. I can stock shelves." He considered this for a moment, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "Can you be here at 7 in the morning? It's a early town." "I can." "All right then, name's Walter, pays not much, but it's honest. You can start tomorrow." "Thank you," I said, and the words felt weighted with a gratitude that went beyond the job. I spent the rest of the day walking, not with the aimless dread of before, but with a purpose to learn the shape of this new place. I found the post office, the small library, the path that led around the north end of the lake. My footsteps were just footsteps. The creak of a floorboard was just a sound. That evening I bought a notebook and a pen from the store. This time when I put the pen to paper, the words came easily. They were simple, mundane things, a list of groceries. A note about the price of gasoline, the name of the man at the hardware store, Walter. I did not write about Eliner. I did not write about the house. I wrote about the weather, which was fair, and the price of bread, which was reasonable. It was enough. On my third day in the motel room, I took the pearlescent button from my pocket. I held it for a long time, then I opened the small, thin drawer of the nightstand and placed it inside. I didn't need to carry it anymore. It was safe here, an artifact put in its proper place, no longer a key or a curse, just a thing I had once owned. The work at the store was physical and satisfying. I learned the difference between a Phillips head and a flathead screwdriver. I memorized the prices of fishing line and bait. Walter was a man of few words, but he was fair, and he showed me how to run the old register, its buttons clacking with a satisfying solidity. The customers were a steady stream of locals, and they began to recognize me, to nod when they came in. One afternoon, a week after I'd started, a woman came in with a young boy. She was looking for a specific size of wrench for a leaky pipe. I helped her find it, and as I rang up the sale, the boy stared at me with wide, curious eyes. "You're the new man," the woman said, not unkindly. "I'm Clara, this is Ben." "It's nice to meet you," I said. "You settling in all right?" "I am," I said, and realized it was true. That night, sitting on the narrow bed in my room, I looked at the notebook. I turned to a fresh page. I thought about the house, about the silence I had cultivated there. Then I wrote a single sentence, not about the past, but about the future. The lake was calm today. It was a start. It was more than enough. The silence around me was no longer waiting. It was just quiet, and in that quiet I could finally hear myself think. I could finally breathe. The following Saturday, Walter closed the store early and suggested we go for a beer at the local tavern. It was a small, low-ceilinged place called the Anchor, with a stuffed fish on the wall and the low hum of conversation. I sat on a stool beside him, the wood smooth under my palms. He ordered 2 pints without asking me, and when they arrived, the foam was thick and white. We didn't talk much at first, just sat in a comfortable silence, watching the door open and close, letting the rhythms of the place settle around us. Then he turned his glass slowly on its coaster. "Most folks who show up here are running from something," he said, his voice even and without judgment, "or to something. Usually it's the same thing in the end." I took a sip of my beer. It was bitter and cold. "I think I was just running out of room," I said, and it was the closest I had come to the truth with anyone but myself. He nodded as if that made perfect sense. "Room's one thing we got plenty of, water and room." He raised his glass slightly. "To new starts then, and leaky pipes." I clinked my glass against his. "To leaky pipes." Later, walking back to the motor lodge in the deepening twilight, I felt the weight of the day in my muscles, a good, clean tiredness. A light was on in the office, and the manager, a woman named Louise, waved me over as I passed. "Package for you," she said, sliding a small, flat cardboard box across the counter. Came on the afternoon bus. I hadn't told anyone where I was. I stared at the box, my name and the lodge's address written in a neat, unfamiliar hand. There was no return address. A cold knot tightened in my stomach, the old feeling trying to return. I took the box, my fingers clumsy. "Everything all right?" Louise asked, her brow furrowed with concern. "I'm sure it is," I said, my voice tighter than I intended. "Thank you." I took the box to my room and placed it on the small table. I sat on the bed and looked at it for a long time. It wasn't large enough to be a threat, but its mere existence felt like an intrusion, a thread from my old life pulling taut. I got up and made a cup of tea, the simple ritual steadying my hands. Then I sat down and carefully peeled back the tape. Inside, nestled in plain white tissue paper, was a book. It was an old, cloth-bound collection of poetry, its cover faded to a soft green. I opened it. On the flyleaf, in a handwriting I knew instantly, was an inscription, "For all the words we never found, E." It was from a liner. My breath caught. I flipped through the pages, and a small, square photograph fluttered out onto the table. It was not the one from the mantel. It was a picture I had never seen. We were both in it, younger, our faces turned toward the camera, laughing. We were on a picnic blanket, the edge of the lake visible behind us. I was looking at her, and she was looking at the camera, her smile bright and real. There was no note, just the book and the photograph. She had known where to find me. She had known I would come here, to this place that was ours once. She wasn't reaching out to pull me back. She was sending a message from the shore of our shared past, a message without demands. I held the photograph under the lamplight. The man in the picture was a stranger to me, his joy uncomplicated, but he was also me. I placed the photograph back inside the book and closed it. The silence in the room was different now. It wasn't empty. It was filled with the simple, profound truth that some stories don't end, they just change shape. The past was not a ghost to be feared, but a landscape I had finally walked through. I put the book on the nightstand next to the drawer that held the button. Then I finished my tea and went to bed. The night was quiet and I slept. The next morning the sun felt different on my skin. The world had not changed, but my place in it had shifted again, settling into something more permanent. I went to work as usual. Walter had me inventorying a shipment of new fishing rods, their sleek lines and bright reels a promise of future catches. The task required focus, counting and noting, and I lost myself in it. During a lull, I looked out the store window at the lake. The memory of the photograph was clear in my mind, but it no longer carried a sting. It was just a picture, a moment preserved. Eleanor had not sent it to haunt me, but to return a piece of myself I had forgotten. She was giving me back the man on the blanket. At lunch, I walked down to the dock and sat at the very end, my legs dangling over the water. I took the book of poetry from my jacket pocket. The wind tried to turn the pages for me, fluttering them like wings. I opened it at random and read a line about light on the water. It was just a line in a poem, but it felt true. I read another and then another, not searching for a message, just listening to the words. That evening, I did not go back to the tavern. Instead, I went to the small library I had seen on my first walk. The librarian was an elderly woman with glasses on a chain. I asked her if they had a typewriter that patrons could use. "We do," she said, leading me to a small table in a corner near the reference section. "It's an old one, but it works. Paper is 10 cents a sheet." I bought 5 sheets. I sat down and rolled the first one into the machine. The keys were heavy and required a firm touch. The clack and ding of the typewriter were loud in the quiet room. I did not write about the house. I did not write about the fear. I started with the lake. I described the color of the water in the morning and the sound the pines made when the wind blew from the north. I wrote about the weight of a hammer in my hand at the store and the smell of sawdust. I wrote about Walter and his quiet ways. I wrote about the taste of the beer at the Anchor. I filled one page, then another. The words were plain and factual, a map of my new life. When I was done, I pulled the pages from the typewriter. Their warmth was the warmth of effort, not of memory. I folded them and put them in my pocket. I did not know if I would ever read them again or if I would write more. The act itself had been the point. It was a way of saying I am here. Walking home, the typed pages in my pocket felt like a solid thing in Anchor. The night was clear and full of stars, their light sharp and cold and beautiful. I thought of the book on my nightstand and the button in the drawer. They were not burdens. They were simply there, part of the history of the room, part of the history of me. I unlocked my door and stepped inside. The room was waiting, silent and still, but it was a silence I no longer needed to fill. It was just the quiet of a room at night, and it was mine. The next day at the store, a customer asked me for a recommendation on a good fishing spot. I started to say I didn't know, that I was new, but then I stopped. I thought of the photograph, the 2 of us on the blanket. I remembered the little cove just east of the main dock, the one with the flat rock. "Try the cove past the big pine that leans over the water," I said. "The water's deep there near the rock." The man nodded, a look of appreciation on his face. "The old Larson spot. Good call, thanks." After he left, Walter gave me a long, slow look from across the aisle of canned goods. He didn't say anything, but he didn't need to. I had given a piece of local knowledge, something I had carried without realizing it. I was no longer just passing through. A few days later, I was stocking shelves when the bell on the door chimed. A woman walked in, and for a heart-stopping second, the light from the window behind her outlined her hair in a way that was painfully familiar. It wasn't Eleanor, of course. It was Clara, the woman with the boy, Ben. She smiled when she saw me. "Just the man I was looking for," she said. "That wrench worked a treat. You saved me a costly plumber's visit." "I'm glad to hear it," I said. "Ben's birthday is on Saturday. We're having a few people over for a barbecue at our place just down the shore. Walter's coming. You should stop by." The invitation was casual, but it felt significant. It was an invitation into the fabric of the town, into the ordinary, ongoing lives of its people. "I'd like that," I said. "Thank you." On Saturday, I bought a bottle of soda and a new fishing lure for Ben from the store. I walked to the address Clara had given me, a small cedar-shingled house with a wide porch facing the water. There were a handful of people in the yard, and the smell of charcoal smoke filled the air. Walter was there, nursing a beer in a lawn chair. He lifted his chin in greeting. Clara welcomed me and introduced me to a few people whose names I immediately forgot. Ben ran over, his face lighting up at the small, wrapped package I offered. I stood for a while near the edge of the gathering, watching the easy flow of conversation, the way these people fit together. It didn't feel like an intrusion to be there. It felt like I had been given a place to stand and observe, and that was enough. Later, as the sun began to set, painting the lake in shades of orange and purple, I found myself standing by the water's edge. Clara came and stood beside me, holding a paper plate with a piece of birthday cake on it. "For you," she said, "you look like you could use some sugar." I took the plate. "It's a beautiful spot you have here." "It is," she agreed. "It's a good place to be from and a good place to come back to." She looked out at the water for a moment, then back at me. "It gets easier, you know, the quiet." I met her gaze, and I saw that she understood, not the specifics, but the general shape of things. She had seen other people arrive with that same hollow look. "I'm starting to believe that," I said. I ate the cake. It was sweet, with a faint taste of vanilla. I stayed until the party began to wind down, then I said my goodbyes and walked back along the shore road toward the motor lodge. The sound of the lake followed me, a gentle, constant whisper. I knew then that I would not be moving on. The comma in my sentence was becoming a period. This was the place. My room at the lodge was temporary, but the town itself was not. I would find a small cabin to rent, something with a view of the water. I would keep working for Walter. I would learn the names of all the fishing spots. When I reached my room, I did not look at the book or open the drawer. I simply got ready for bed. As I lay in the dark, I listened to the familiar silence. It was no longer empty or waiting. It was the silence of a life being lived, a quiet that held within it the potential for all sorts of sounds: the morning coffee brewing, the bell on the store door, the laughter of a child, the turning of a page. It was my silence, and for the first time it felt like home. The following week, I asked Walter if he knew of any cabins for rent. He grunted, thought for a moment, and then told me to talk to Old Man Larson. The Larsons owned a lot of the land around the cove. I found him at his workshop, a dusty shed filled with the scent of pine and varnish. He was a thin, wiry man with hands that knew their work. I told him who I was and that Walter had sent me. He looked me up and down, much like Walter had that first day. "Heard you're working steady, not afraid of a little work around a place, I expect." "I'm not," I said. He led me to a small one-room cabin tucked back in the pines, a short walk from the shore. It had a solid roof, a stone fireplace, and a window that looked out onto a patch of the lake between the trees. It was simple, and it was enough. I told him I would take it. Moving my few possessions from the motor lodge took only one trip. I placed the book of poetry on a rough-hewn shelf near the fireplace. I put my clothes in a small dresser. I placed the box with the button in the top drawer. It was no longer a secret, just a keepsake stored with other ordinary things. That night I built a fire in the hearth. The flames caught and grew, throwing shifting patterns of light and shadow across the walls. I sat in a chair I had bought from a second-hand store and watched the fire burn. The wind picked up outside, humming a low tune in the eaves, but inside the cabin was warm and solid. This was not a temporary shelter. This was a place I was choosing. I thought about writing a letter, not to Alina, but to the old house. A letter I would never send. I would tell it that I was well, that I had found a different kind of quiet, that it could keep its own silence now that I had no more use for it, but I didn't need to write it. The thought was enough. The house was a closed door, and I had no key, and I required none. The fire crackled, a log shifting and sending a shower of sparks up the chimney. I added another piece of wood and watched the flames consume it. There was a peace in the simple, necessary task of tending a fire. It demanded presence, not memory. I stayed there until the logs burned down to embers, a bed of glowing red coals that pulsed with a slow, warm light. Then I banked the fire for the night and went to bed. In the dark, I listened to the new sounds of my new home, the creak of different floorboards, the rustle of pine needles on the roof, the distant, gentle lapping of the lake on the shore. They were the sounds of a life being built, one quiet moment at a time. And in that quiet, I slept a deep and dreamless sleep. The first morning in the cabin, I woke to the sound of rain, a soft, steady patter on the roof. It was a sound the thin walls of the motor lodge had never offered, a feeling of being inside something sturdy and real. I made coffee on the small stove and drank it while standing at the window, watching the gray lake merge with the gray sky. There was no need to be anywhere else. At the store, Walter handed me a set of keys. For the front and the back, he said, "I'm getting too old to open up every day at the crack of dawn." It was a simple statement, but it was a profound act of trust. I took the keys, their cold metal a new weight in my pocket. The days began to stack one upon the other, not in a blur, but with a distinct and solid clarity. I learned the rhythms of the town beyond the store. I started getting my groceries from the small market, and the woman at the register began to call me by name. I ate lunch sometimes at the counter of the diner, listening to the old men talk about the weather and the price of gas. One evening I was walking back from the library, another few typed pages in my pocket, when I saw a familiar figure sitting on the steps of the post office. It was Ben. He was hunched over, looking at something in his hands. "Hi there," I said. He looked up, his face serious. "Hi." He held up a small, complex tangle of fishing line. I messed it up. I sat down on the step beside him. "Let's see." I took the reel from him. The knot was a bad one, a bird's nest of nylon. It took me 10 minutes of patient picking and pulling to work it free. I showed him how to run the line through his fingers to feel for kinks. "Thanks," he said, his smile returning. "Mom says you live in the Larson cabin now." "I do. That's a good spot. The perch bite right off the point in the evening." "I'll have to try that," I said. He nodded, a solemn exchange of local intelligence, and then ran off toward home. I continued my walk, the night air cool on my face. This was what it meant to belong, not in a grand, dramatic way, but in these small, quiet moments. It was a patchwork of shared knowledge and small kindnesses, and my piece of the fabric was slowly being woven in. Later, back in the cabin, I took the typed pages from my pocket. I didn't fold them and put them away. I took a small cardboard box I had saved and placed all the pages inside. It was not a diary, it was not a confession. It was a record, it was my own map, and I was no longer lost. I placed the box on the shelf next to the book of poetry. Then I went outside and sat on the stoop, listening to the night, a part of it all. The rain returned a few days later, a heavy downpour that kept customers away from the store. Walter spent the day in the back room repairing a piece of equipment, and I was left to straighten the shelves. The quiet of the empty store was a comfortable one, broken only by the drumming on the roof. Near closing time, the door opened, letting in a gust of wet wind. It was Louise from the motor lodge, her raincoat dripping onto the floor. She smiled when she saw me. "I thought I might find you here. Something else came for you." She held out a small, padded envelope. "This was in my box by mistake. Looks like it's been forwarded a few times." I took the envelope. My name was typed on the label and the postmark was smudged, but I could make out the city name, the one I had left behind. The cold knot, which had been absent for so long, gave a faint, warning tug in my stomach. Thanks, Louise, I said, my voice even. No problem, see you around. She gave a little wave and left, the bell on the door jingling behind her. I held the envelope. It was light, too light to be anything significant. I finished closing the store, the routine of locking up and turning off the lights grounding me. I walked home through the rain, the envelope tucked inside my jacket. In the dry warmth of the cabin, I hung my wet coat by the fire and placed the envelope on the table. I made dinner, ate it, and washed the plate. I did not rush. Finally, I sat down and tore the envelope open. Inside was a single key on a plain steel ring. There was no note, nothing else. I turned the key over in my hand. It was not a key to the old house. I had changed those locks myself. It was smaller, more precise. A mailbox key, perhaps, or a key to a padlock. It was a question, not a demand. A single, silent question from a life I had closed the door on. I held it for a long time, feeling its cold, metallic teeth bite into my palm. Then I stood up and walked to the shelf. I moved the box of my typed pages aside and reached for the book of poetry. I opened it to the middle. I placed the key inside, closed the book, and returned it to the shelf. It was just another artifact now, another piece of the past. It held no power over me unless I gave it some. The rain had softened to a gentle whisper against the window. I added a log to the fire and sat down, watching the flames, listening to the quiet of my own life, a quiet that was now strong enough to hold anything the world saw fit to send my way. The next morning, the key was still in the book, and the book was still on the shelf. The world had not ended. I went to work, the rain had cleared, and the air was fresh and clean. Walter was already there, sipping coffee and looking over an order form. He slid a second mug toward me as I came in. Busy day ahead, he said. Need to get that storage shed organized before the new season gear arrives. It's a mess in there. We spent the morning in the shed behind the store, a place filled with the ghosts of inventories past. We sorted through boxes of old lures, tangled nets, and rusted tools. It was physical work, the kind that left sawdust in your hair and grease on your hands. I found a satisfaction in it, in clearing out the old to make space for the new. In one corner, under a pile of mildewed tarps, I found an old wooden fishing crate. It was sturdy, well made, with dovetailed joints. I showed it to Walter. "Junk," he grunted. "Take it if you want it." I carried it home that evening. I spent the next few nights cleaning it, sanding it down until the smooth grain of the wood showed through. I didn't have a plan for it. The work itself was the purpose. I placed it near the fireplace, a simple, solid object that had been salvaged and given a new purpose. A week later, I was walking by the post office and saw Ben trying to fix a flat tire on his bicycle. I stopped and helped him, showing him how to work the patch kit his mother had given him. When we were done, he looked at me, his expression thoughtful. "Mr. Larson says you fixed up that old crate from the shed." "I did. He says you're handy. Our back steps are real wobbly. Mom says she's gonna get around to it, but she never does." The invitation was unspoken but clear. The next Saturday, I showed up at Clara's house with my toolbox. The repair was simple, just needed to tighten a few bolts and replace a rotten board. Clara watched from the doorway, a cup of coffee in her hand. "I don't know how to thank you," she said when I was finished. "You don't have to," I said. She nodded, and in her eyes I saw the same understanding as before. It was not about the steps. It was about the act of building, of mending, of becoming part of the structure of things. That night back in the cabin, I looked at the shelf, the book of poetry, the box of pages, the salvaged crate. They were all just things. The key inside the book was just a piece of metal. It could sit there for 100 years, and it would not change the color of the lake at dawn or the sound of the pines in the wind. It could not touch the quiet I had built. It was only a key, and I had already built my own locks and my own doors. I went to sleep, and the lake outside my window whispered its old, familiar stories, and I listened, no longer as a stranger, but as someone who was learning the words. Story 2. The door clicked shut behind me, the bolt sliding home with a finality that shuddered up my arm. The air in the hallway was cold and still, carrying the faint chemical scent of clean laundry from the basement. My own breath hitched, a small cloud in the stillness as I registered the silence. It was a thick woolen silence, the kind that absorbs sound instead of echoing it. I stood there, listening to the nothing, until I realized the silence felt intentional. It's the smell I remember first, always. Not the chemical smell from that moment, but the other one, the one that comes before, damp earth, the rich, almost sweet decay of leaves. It's a smell that coats the back of my throat. I can place when it's from. A walk, maybe, a different hallway leading outside. A flash of white, a towel, I think, dropped on a patterned floor. The pattern is swirls, brown and orange. I remember staring at it, the swirls merging and separating. I was on the floor. Why was I on the floor? The memory is a photograph with no context, just the feeling of cool linoleum against my cheek. A voice, but not the words, the tone, a low, humming reassurance. It's okay. It's all okay. The voice was a blanket, smothering. I think I preferred the silence. The light in the kitchen was different, harsh overhead. It made everything look flat and too real. A spoon clattered in a sink. The sound was like a gunshot in the woolen silence. I remember flinching. Someone laughed, a short, airy sound. Was it at me? I can be sure. The memory is just the light and the sound disconnected. I try to build a timeline, a sequence of events. I start with the door. I always start with the door, the click, the bolt, but before that there was the car, the engine ticking as it cooled. The street was empty. The houses were dark, or were they? Maybe one had a light on. An upstairs window, a yellow square. A witness who didn't know they were witnessing. I was carrying groceries, a brown paper bag growing damp in the middle. I felt the moisture seep through, a cold spot on my sweater. I remember that so clearly. The mundane worry of a wet sweater. I had to shift the bag to my other hip to find my keys. My fingers were cold and clumsy. But that doesn't fit. If I was carrying groceries, how did I drop the towel? The white towel on the swirl-patterned floor. The two memories refuse to occupy the same space. They are from different days, different stories. I must be mixing them up. The silence again, it's the key. I know it is, that intentional silence. I walked through the house, my socks whispering on the floor. I checked the living room. The television was a dark, blank eye. The couch cushions were plumped, undisturbed. I went into the kitchen. The spoon was in the sink. I already knew that, but the back door, the little pane of glass in the back door, it was unlocked. I always lock it. I have a ritual. Front door, back door, windows, a twist of the wrist, a check of the latch, a habit born of I don't know when it was born. It just was. A fundamental rule. The back door was unlocked. My hand on the cold brass of the deadbolt. It was turned to the open position. I stood there for a long time just looking at it. The simple, horizontal position of the latch. It felt like an accusation. A different memory, sharp and sudden, a game of hide and seek, the thrill of a small, dark space, the press of coats against my face, the smell of mothballs and old perfume, holding my breath, listening for footsteps, the joy of not being found, the fear of never being found. They feel like the same feeling. I called out, I must have. My voice was thin, a scrap of paper in that heavy air. There was no answer. Of course there was no answer. The silence was complete. I think about the basement, the chemical smell of clean laundry. I didn't go down there. I never went down there after dark. Another rule. One I didn't know I had until that moment, standing in the hallway, realizing I could not open the basement door. There was a mark on the wall near the floorboard, a scuff, dark and smeared. I got on my knees to look at it. It could have been mud. It could have been from a shoe. It could have been anything. I touched it. It was gritty. It smelled faintly of damp earth. The low, humming voice returns. It's okay. You are safe now. The words are clear this time. They are my words, my voice. I was saying them to myself in the hallway, nailing by the scuff on the wall. I was reassuring myself, but the tone was all wrong. It was the tone you use on a spooked animal, a tone that means the opposite of what it says. I remember the weight of the phone in my hand, the cool plastic. I dialed a number. I heard the ring once, twice, then a click, a breath, and then the same woolen silence from my own house was coming through the receiver. I dropped the phone. It clattered on the swirl-patterned floor. The white towel, I pick up that thread again. Why was it on the floor? Was it used to wipe up a spill? Was it dropped in a hurry? Was it covering something, a shape underneath? I try to picture the shape. My mind shies away from it, a blank space, a hole in the memory. I go back to the door, the front door, the one I came in through, the click, the bolt, the finality. I locked it from the inside. I remember the shutter up my arm. But if I was already inside, who was I locking out, or what was I locking in? The pieces Dante fit. They are jagged from different puzzles. The white towel in the grocery bag, the unlocked back door and the meticulously checked locks, my reassuring voice and the animal fear, the chemical laundry smell and the scent of damp earth. They circle each other. They are getting closer. I can feel the shape they are trying to form, and I don't want to see it. I focus on the small things, the cold air, the cloud of my breath, the way the hall light reflected off the brass doorknob, a single bright point in the dim. I never did check the basement. I stood at the top of the stairs, my hand on the knob. The chemical smell was stronger there, almost sweet. I heard a sound, a soft rhythmic sound, a swish, swish, like someone gently pushing a laundry cart back and forth. A calming sound, a terrifying sound, I don't know which. I left the door. I walked away. I went to the kitchen and I picked up the spoon from the sink. I held its cold, smooth weight in my hand. It was just a spoon. It meant nothing. It meant everything. The door clicked shut behind me, the bolt sliding home with a finality that shuddered up my arm. The air in the hallway was cold and still, carrying the faint chemical scent of clean laundry from the basement. I stand here now in the memory, and I understand. The silence wasn't just intentional. It was mine. I had created it. I was the one holding my breath, listening. Waiting for the sound of my own footsteps to fade away, leaving only the quiet and the scent of earth freshly turned and the profound, absolute knowledge of what I had chosen to bury. The spoon felt alien in my hand, a heavy, cold sliver of a reality I was no longer part of. I opened my palm and let it fall. It hit the floor with a dull clink, a sound that was swallowed almost instantly by the waiting quiet. That was the moment I knew I wasn't alone in the house. It wasn't a presence I could see or hear, but a shift in the pressure, a subtle realignment of the silence around me. It was the feeling of being observed by the walls themselves. My eyes were drawn back to the scuff on the wall, the dark smudge near the floorboard. It wasn't mud. I knew that now with a cold certainty. It was from the heel of a shoe that had walked in a place I was trying to forget. The damp earth smell seemed to coil out from that very spot, a thin, invisible vine reaching for me. The low, humming voice started again in my head, the false comfort. It's okay, you're safe now. But the voice had a new edge to it, a frantic, wheedling tone. It was the sound of a lie that knows it's about to be uncovered. I pressed the heels of my hands against my eyes, trying to push the voice out, but it only grew louder, layering over itself until it was a chaotic chorus. A different sound broke through, a faint, wet rustle. It came from the basement door. It was the sound of something moving through a pile of fallen leaves. My breath caught. I hadn't gone down there. I had made the choice, standing at the top of the stairs, to walk away. But choices have consequences, and some things don't stay buried just because you turn your back. I found myself moving toward the basement door, my socks making no sound on the floor. My hand rose, seemingly of its own volition, and gripped the cold metal knob. The chemical laundry smell was gone, completely erased by the rich, cloying perfume of wet soil and decay. The rhythmic swishing sound was clearer now, a patient back and forth motion. It was the sound of digging. The knob turned easily in my hand. The door swung inward, revealing not the steep wooden stairs I expected, but a gentle earthen slope descending into a deep gloom. A cool, damp breeze flowed up from the darkness, carrying the smell of a forest floor after a rain. I could see the outlines of tree roots breaking through the walls of the passage, and far below, a faint, greenish light flickered. The humming in my head stopped. The false voice was gone. In its place was only the silence and the digging. I knew with a clarity that was both terrifying and peaceful that I had to go down. The thing I had buried was not a thing at all. It was a place, a memory that had taken root, and it was waiting for me to come back. I took one step down, the soft earth yielding beneath my foot, and I began the long walk into the ground. The air grew colder with each step, the greenish light pulsing like a slow, subterranean heartbeat. The walls were no longer plaster and lath, but packed earth, held back by a latticework of gnarled roots that felt like old bones under my fingertips. The slope leveled out, and I found myself standing at the edge of a vast, underground chamber. The ceiling was a canopy of those same roots, dripping moisture that fell with soft, percussive plinks into shallow pools. The light came from a thick, phosphorescent moss clinging to the walls, casting everything in a sickly, verdant glow. In the center of the chamber, a figure was on its knees, its back to me. Its shoulders moved in a steady, rhythmic motion. Swish, swish. It was digging with its bare hands, scooping away the dark, loamy soil. A small, neat pile of earth was growing beside it. I knew that shape, the set of those shoulders, the way the head was bowed in concentration. It was me. I took a step closer, my feet sinking into the soft ground. The figure did not turn. It just kept digging, its movements methodical, almost peaceful. I could hear its breath, a soft puffing sound that matched the rhythm of its work. I wanted to speak, to ask what it was doing, but my throat was sealed shut by the thick, earthy air. Then it stopped. Its hands, caked in black soil, rested on the edge of the hole it had made. It leaned forward, peering into the depression. I followed its gaze. Lying at the bottom of the shallow grave was the white towel, now stained with dirt. It was wrapped loosely around something, a small, lumpy shape. The figure the other me reached down, and with a tenderness that made my chest ache, it began to unwrap the towel. The folds fell away, revealing not a thing but a place. It was a perfect miniature landscape lit from within. A tiny hallway with a swirl-patterned floor, a little kitchen with a sink, a front door with a bright brass knob. It was my house, the one I had just left upstairs, captured in a diorama of memory. I saw a microscopic version of myself, a tiny doll-like figure standing in the hallway. I watched as she dropped a towel. I watched as she checked the locks. I watched as she knelt by a scuff on the wall. She was trapped in a loop, reenacting the same few moments over and over. The kneeling me looked up from the hole, and its eyes met mine. They were my eyes, but hollow, filled with the same greenish gloom that lit this place. There was no recognition in them, only a vast, weary patience. It was the part of me that had done this, the part that had taken a day, a terrible, ordinary day, and had chosen to bury it alive down here in the dark, where it could be forgotten. It was the keeper of the silence. It looked back down at the tiny house in the hole. and with one dirt-caked finger it gently smoothed over the miniature hallway, burying the little figure of me under a layer of soft, dark soil. The green light in the tiny house winked out. The swishing sound started again. It was digging a new hole right next to the first one. It had more to bury. It would always have more to bury. I understood then that I could stay here, watching this eternal, futile interment, or I could turn around. I could climb back up the earthen slope, back to the hallway with the locked door and the scent of clean laundry. I took a step back, then another. The kneeling figure took no notice. I turned and faced the slope, the way up and out. It seemed steeper now and darker. The climb would be long and I would be alone. But the silence up there was a lie I knew how to live with. The silence down here was the truth, and it was a truth that dug and never ever stopped. The climb was a struggle against the yielding earth, each step upward a small rebellion against the pull of the chamber below. The green light faded, and the smell of damp soil was gradually replaced by the sharp, chemical tang of laundry detergent. The earthen walls hardened back into plaster. The root-woven ceiling became bare wood joists, and I found myself standing once more on the top step of the ordinary basement stairs, my hand on the cold, painted doorknob. I pulled the door shut. The click of the latch was soft but definitive. I stood in the hallway, breathing in the sterile air. The scuff on the wall was still there, a dark smudge against the clean paint. I looked at it, and for the first time I did not see mud or a mystery. I saw a footprint from a journey I had never wanted to take. I walked to the kitchen and picked up the spoon from the floor. I placed it in the sink, its clatter no longer a gunshot, but just a mundane noise. I went to the back door and twisted the deadbolt, the solid thunk of the lock engaging a comfort I no longer entirely trusted. The ritual was the same, but the meaning had changed. I was not locking something out. I was reinforcing a barrier, a necessary fiction between the world of light and order and the quiet, digging truth beneath my feet. I would go on. I would make coffee in the morning. I would go to work. I would answer questions and smile at appropriate times. But a part of me would always be listening, not for a sound from outside, but for the faint, rhythmic swish from below. It was the sound of my own memory, patiently waiting, always digging, a quiet reminder that some things are buried but never gone. The silence in the house was no longer empty. It was filled with the presence of what I knew was there, just out of sight, a secret I now carried with every breath. The phone began to ring, a shrill, mechanical sound that shattered the fragile quiet. I stared at it, the plastic shell still lying on the swirl-patterned floor where I had dropped it. It rang and rang, an insistent demand from a world that felt a million miles away. I knew I should answer it. It might be work, it might be a friend. A normal person would answer it. But I just watched it vibrate, skittering slightly with each ring. I wondered if the person on the other end could feel the hollowness in this house, the vast, dark space beneath the floorboards through the line. The ringing stopped. The silence that rushed back in was thicker now, heavy with the echo of the unanswered call. I looked at my hands. They were clean. There was no dirt under my fingernails, no grit from that dark earthen chamber, but I could still feel the cool, damp soil. I could still see the hollow eyes of my other self, forever at its task. I went to the sink and turned on the tap, washing my hands with a methodical care I did not feel. The water was hot, almost scalding. I watched it swirl down the drain, and for a dizzying moment, I imagined it turning brown, carrying away traces of a burial ground that existed only in my mind. A car passed by outside, its headlights painting a slow, moving rectangle of light across the living room wall. The world was continuing. The clock on the microwave blinked a steady green number. It was time to make dinner. It was time to be a person. I opened the refrigerator and the bright, artificial light felt like an interrogation. I stood there for a long time, just looking at the carton of eggs, the half-empty jar of pickles, the milk. They were just objects. They held no meaning. I closed the door and the room plunged back into gloom. I didn't need to eat. The part of me that was hungry was still down there, nailing in the earth, and it was sustained by something else entirely. I walked to the front door and put my hand against the wood, feeling its solidity. I had locked it. I was safe inside, but the definition of inside had changed. It was no longer just this house. It was this memory, this looping hallway of a life, and the locked door was to keep me from wandering out, from ever truly leaving the quiet, digging thing that I had become. The thought of sleep was a distant, impossible shore. The bedroom door felt too flimsy, the bed too exposed. I ended up in the living room, sitting on the floor with my back against the sofa, a blanket pulled around my shoulders. I didn't plan to sleep, I just planned to wait. The digital clock on the cable box changed its numbers with a soft, silent flicker. 11:03, 11:04. The sound, when it came, was not from the basement. It was a faint, papery rustle from the kitchen, the sound of a grocery bag. I held my breath, my entire body rigid. The rustling stopped. Then came the soft, unmistakable sound of a drawer being opened. The utensil drawer, a faint metallic clink like a spoon being settled among others. I did not move, I could not move. The air grew cold again, carrying that faint, damp smell. It was here with me, not below, but here. The keeper was not confined to its earthen chamber. It moved through the house as it pleased, maintaining the silence, tending to the details of the life I was supposed to be living. It had put the spoon away. I must have drifted off because the next thing I knew, gray morning light was filtering through the blinds. I was stiff and cold on the floor. The blanket had fallen away. For a moment, everything was normal. The dread was just a fading nightmare. Then I saw it. On the swirl-patterned floor just in front of the kitchen doorway was a single dark brown leaf. It was small and curled, wet with dew or something else. It smelled of the forest, of that deep, buried place. I picked it up. It was real. It was proof. I didn't know what to do with it. Throwing it away felt like a transgression. Keeping it felt like an invitation. I finally laid it on the kitchen counter, a small, dark stain on the clean formica. I made coffee. The routine was automatic. The machine gurgled and spat, filling the kitchen with a warm, bitter aroma that should have been comforting. I poured a cup and took a sip. It tasted like nothing, like hot water. I looked at the coffee, then at the leaf on the counter. The two realities could not coexist. The coffee was the lie, and the leaf was the truth. I left the full cup on the counter and got ready for work. I moved through the motions of showering and dressing in a haze. My reflection in the mirror was pale, its eyes holding a knowledge I wished I could forget. As I was about to leave, my keys in my hand, I noticed the back door. The deadbolt was unlocked again. The latch was turned to the horizontal, open position. I had locked it last night. I was sure of it. I didn't lock it again. I just stood there, my hand hovering near the bolt. It was its way of communicating. A reminder that the barriers I built were temporary, that the digging never stopped, and that the door between my world and its world was never truly closed. I turned and walked out the front door, locking it behind me. The bright, noisy world outside felt like a thin veneer, and with every step away from the house, I felt the quiet, patient pull of the earth beneath my feet, calling its keeper home. The office was a cacophony of typing and chatter, a jarring symphony of normalcy. I sat at my desk, my fingers resting on the cool keyboard, the screensaver swirling in lazy, meaningless patterns. Someone asked me a question about the quarterly report, and I heard my own voice answer, calm and measured, a perfect recording of the employee they expected me to be. The words left my mouth, but they felt disconnected, as if someone else was speaking them from a great distance. My coffee mug, chipped and bearing the company logo, sat untouched. I had watched Brenda from accounting make the pot, seen the dark grounds, smelled the brew, but when I poured a cup for myself, it was just brown water. I left it on the desk, a prop in my performance. At lunch, I sat in the park across the street, a sandwich I had no intention of eating resting on my lap. The sun was warm on my face, a genuine warmth that felt alien. Children shouted on the playground, their laughter sharp and piercing. I watched a young mother push a stroller back and forth, back and forth. The rhythm was familiar, swish, swish. A different context, the same motion, my hands clenched in my lap. I could feel the grit of soil under my nails again, a phantom sensation more real than the sun. I looked down at my sandwich, and for a moment the slices of bread were layers of dark, damp earth, and the slice of cheese was a pale, phosphorescent moss. I blinked, and it was just a sandwich again. The world kept trying to reassert itself, but the foundation had cracked. The leaf on my counter at home was proof. The unlocked door was proof. The workday ended, the drone of computers ceased, and chairs were pushed back. People called out goodbyes, their voices full of plans for the evening. I nodded and smiled, a tight, practiced expression. The walk to the car was the longest journey. Each step was heavy, as if I were walking through thick mud. I knew where I was going. There was no other destination. I pulled into the driveway and sat for a long time, the engine ticking as it cooled. The house looked just as I had left it, a little square of beige siding and a green door. A perfectly ordinary house, but I could feel it breathing. I could feel the silence seeping out from under the door, a presence waiting to welcome me back. I opened the front door. The air inside was still and cool. The leaf was gone from the counter. In its place on the clean formica was a single dark smudge of dirt. It was shaped vaguely like a small, curled leaf. I ran my finger through it. It was real, damp, and gritty. I didn't clean it up. I walked to the basement door and placed my hand flat against the wood. It was cold. There was no sound from the other side, no rhythmic digging. The silence was absolute. It was the silence of something listening. It was the silence of something that was waiting for me to understand that I was not a visitor in this house. I was a part of its ecosystem, as essential as the foundation or the roof. The keeper was not a separate thing to be feared. It was a function, a role. And it was my turn. I turned from the door and went to the living room. I sat on the floor, my back against the sofa in the same spot as the night before. I didn't turn on the lights. I just waited as the room grew dark. I was not waiting for a sound. I was waiting for an understanding, for the final, quiet click of acceptance. The house settled around me, and in that settling I heard my own breath begin to match its rhythm, a slow, patient exhalation into the waiting earth. The understanding did not arrive as a sudden revelation, but as a slow, heavy settling, like silt in a still pond. My eyes adjusted to the deepening dark. The shapes of the furniture became soft, amorphous mounds. The clock on the cable box continued its silent, relentless count, but the numbers seemed less important now, just arbitrary markers in a stretch of time that had no true beginning or end. A faint scent reached me, not the damp earth of the chamber, but something else. It was the smell of clean laundry, of fabric softener. It was the smell of the towel. I knew without looking that if I went to the hallway, I would find it there, folded neatly on the floor, a white square in the gloom. It was not a threat. It was an offering, a part of the ritual. I did not get up. I remained on the floor, listening to the new silence. It was different from the empty silence of before I knew about the digging. It was a shared silence now, a collaborative quiet. I was a participant. The thought should have been terrifying, but a strange calm was seeping into my bones, a resignation that felt like rest. Then a new sound began. It was not the rustle of a bag or the click of a lock. It was a soft, wet padding sound. It came from the kitchen. Pat, pat, pat. I knew that sound. It was the sound of hands shaping mud, of packing earth. It was the sound of burial. I pushed myself up from the floor. My body felt heavy-weighted. I walked to the kitchen doorway. The room was dark, but the greenish glow was back, not from the walls, but from the countertop. The smear of dirt was gone. In its place was a small, perfect mound of dark, wet soil glowing with that faint subterranean light, and standing beside it, her back to me, was a small figure, a girl of maybe 7 or 8 in a simple, old-fashioned dress. Her hands were busy patting the mound of earth, shaping it, tending to it. She was me, the part of me that had first decided to bury things, the original keeper. She did not turn, she simply stopped her patting and pointed a small, dirty finger at the mound of earth. I stepped closer. There, nestled in the top of the mound, was the tiny, perfect diorama of my house. The little figure of me was no longer trapped in the hallway. She was in the living room, sitting on the floor with her back against the sofa, waiting. The loop had been broken. A new scene was being set. The little girl began to dig with her fingers, not to bury the diorama deeper, but to gently cover it with a thin, careful layer of soil. It was an act of preservation, not destruction. She was putting it to bed. She was tucking a memory away for safekeeping. I understood then that I would not be going to work tomorrow. I would not be answering the phone. The world outside had become the dream, and this, the quiet, digging truth of this house, was the only reality. The little girl finished her work and faded, her form dissolving into the gloom until only the faint green glow of the buried diorama remained, a single pulsing light in the dark kitchen. I reached out and placed my hand over the small mound of earth. It was cool and damp. It was home. The phone started ringing again the next morning. I watched it from the kitchen, my hand still resting on the cool, damp soil of the small mound. The ringing was an insect buzz and irritation. It went to voicemail. A moment later, it began again. The sound was a violation of the new quiet. I walked over, picked up the receiver, and held it to my ear without speaking. "Hello, are you there?" It was Brenda from accounting. Her voice was tinny and far away. "We were worried when you didn't show up. Is everything all right?" I looked at the mound on the counter. The green light pulsed softly, rhythmically. It was a kinder rhythm than the frantic beating of my heart. "Hello," Brenda repeated, her voice edged with impatience. I opened my mouth. The word that came out was not my own. It was a dry, rustling sound, like leaves skittering across hard ground. "Yes." There was a pause on the other end. "Well, are you coming in? There's the meeting with the Henderson account at 10. I watched my free hand, the one not holding the phone, trail through the air and come to rest on the mound of earth. The soil was soothing. "No," I rasped. The word was final. "Are you sick? Do you need a doctor?" Her concern was a script, a pattern from the other world. "I am home," I said, and the truth of it filled the silence that followed. I placed the receiver back in its cradle, cutting off her distant, fading voice. The silence rushed back in a warm, welcoming tide. I knew what to do next. I went to the front door and unlocked it. I opened it wide, letting the morning light flood the entryway. It was not an invitation for the world to enter. It was an act of airing out a space that had been sealed for too long. The light felt different now, not an interrogation, but a blanket. I left the door open and walked back to the kitchen. I stood over the mound. The little girl did not reappear, but her presence was in the careful shape of the soil, in the gentle pulse of the light. I understood my role now. I was not just a resident, I was a custodian. The digging would continue, but it was not a frantic, desperate act. It was a curation. Some memories were meant to be buried, to be composted into the quiet foundation of a life. Others were meant to be tended, like this small, glowing mound, a quiet testament to the moment I had finally come home. A breeze drifted in through the open front door, carrying the scent of cut grass and asphalt. It was a foreign smell, but not an unpleasant one. It was just another layer, another thing to be acknowledged and then let go. I picked up a pinch of the dark soil from the mound and held it in my palm. It was not dirty. It was clean. It was the beginning and the end of everything. I closed my hand around it, and for the first time in a long time, I felt completely, utterly still. The day unfolded in a series of small, deliberate actions. I watered the spider plant on the windowsill, its leaves dusty but resilient. I wiped the counters, carefully avoiding the mound of earth which seemed to have grown slightly, its glow a soft, constant companion. The open door let in the sounds of the neighborhood, a lawnmower, a dog barking, but they were like sounds from a radio playing in another room. They held no weight. In the afternoon, I found myself standing at the basement door again. The fear was gone, replaced by a dull, heavy curiosity. I turned the knob and pulled. The door swung open without a sound. The stairs descended into perfect blackness, but the cold, damp smell was fainter now, almost sweet, like turned earth after a rain. I did not go down. I simply sat on the top step, my knees drawn to my chest, and listened. There was no digging. Instead, there was a low, humming vibration, a sound so deep it was felt more than heard, a resonance that came up through the wooden steps and into my bones. It was the sound of the house itself, of the ground it stood on. It was the sound of things settling. As dusk began to bleed into the sky, I closed the front door. I did not lock it. The deadbolt felt like an unnecessary formality, a gesture for a world that no longer applied here. I moved through the dim house, not turning on any lights. The green glow from the kitchen was enough. I was hungry, truly hungry. I opened the refrigerator, and this time the light did not feel harsh. The objects inside had regained their meaning. The eggs were potential. The milk was sustenance. I took out the eggs and the butter. I made an omelet, the sizzle of the pan a comfortable domestic sound. I ate it standing at the counter, looking at the mound of earth. It felt like sharing a meal with an old friend. When I was finished, I washed the plate and fork, the hot water a pleasant contrast to the cool soil I had touched earlier. I put everything away in its proper place. The house was clean, quiet, and full. There was no emptiness left to fill. Later in the living room, I did not sit on the floor. I sat in the armchair, a blanket over my legs. The television was a dark, blank eye. I had no need for its flickering stories. My own story was here, humming in the walls, growing in the soil on the counter. I closed my eyes, not to sleep, but to listen. The vibration from the basement was a lullaby. I knew the keeper was down there, not digging, but resting. Its work for now was done. My work was to be here, to be still, to tend to the quiet. And for the first time in what felt like an eternity, that was enough. The vibration changed sometime deep in the night. It was no longer a hum, but a slow, deliberate pulse, a heartbeat echoing up from the foundations. I opened my eyes. The house was dark, but the kitchen glowed with a steady, muted green light. I rose from the chair, the blanket falling away, and walked toward it. The mound on the counter had changed. It was larger, more formed. It was no longer a simple pile of dirt, but a small, sculpted hill with a single dark opening at its base, like the entrance to a birth. The soil looked rich and dark, almost velvety. The little diorama of the house was gone, fully integrated into the landscape. This was a new creation. From the opening at the base of the hill, a tiny figure emerged. It was not the little girl, and it was not the miniature version of me. It was a form made of packed earth and tiny, pale roots, featureless but for its posture, which was one of calm vigilance. It stood at the entrance to the burrow, a silent sentinel. It was the keeper in its truest, simplest form. It was not a ghost or a memory. It was a function of the house itself, and now it was a part of me. I reached out and gently touched the top of the small earthen hill. It was warm. A profound sense of peace flowed up my arm and settled in my chest. There was no more separation, no more struggle. The digging had not been an attack. It had been an invitation, an insistence that I remember what I was made of and where I truly belonged. I turned and walked to the back door. I unlocked it and stepped outside into the cool night air. The moon was a sliver in the sky. I stood on the patchy grass of the backyard and looked at the dark, silent windows of my neighbors' houses. Their lives were stories written on the surface. Mine was written in the layers below. I knelt and pressed my palms flat against the ground. The soil was cool and yielding. I closed my eyes and I could feel it, the vast, quiet network of roots and stones and buried things, the slow, patient life of the earth. And I could feel the small, corresponding pulse from the mound inside my kitchen, a sympathetic vibration connecting this spot of earth to that one. I knew then that I would never leave. The house would provide. The garden would grow without being tended. The doors would open and close on their own, and I would be here, the quiet curator of this small, deep world, listening to the soft, endless sound of things growing in the dark. The morning came, and with it, a soft rain that pattered against the roof. It was a comforting sound, a natural rhythm that needed no response. I stood by the back door, watching the water darken the soil in the yard. The phone had not rung again. The world outside was receding, its colors softening at the edges like an old photograph left in the sun. I felt a new impulse, a quiet directive that came from the same place as the understanding. I went to the hall closet and pulled out an old clay flower pot, empty and gathering dust. I carried it to the kitchen. I did not look at the earthen hill for permission. The thought was irrelevant now. Using my bare hands, I carefully scooped a portion of the warm, glowing soil from the mound and placed it into the pot. The light pulsed gently in my palms. I carried the pot to the living room and set it on the windowsill next to the spider plant. The two sat side by side, one reaching for the sun, the other glowing with its own inner light. They were not in conflict. They were two different kinds of life, both belonging here. I ran my finger along the rim of the clay pot, and a sense of rightness settled over me. This was the new work, not just waiting, but integrating, bringing the quiet truth of the earth into the ordinary spaces. Later, I found a single dried bean in a forgotten jar at the back of a cupboard. I pushed it deep into the soil in the clay pot. I did not water it. I knew it didn't need it. The next day, a pale, delicate shoot had broken the surface, its leaves a faint, luminous green in the shade of the room. It grew not toward the window, but toward the interior of the house, curling slightly in the direction of the kitchen. Days turned into a week, or perhaps it was only a single day. Time had become a fluid thing, measured by the slow unfurling of the luminous bean plant and the steady, patient pulse from the kitchen. I ate when I was hungry, I slept when I was tired, and the house provided a profound, wordless companionship. The air was always clean, the rooms were always tidy. I found that if I left a dish in the sink, it would be clean and put away when I next looked. The house was taking care of itself, and in doing so, it was taking care of me. I was sitting in the armchair, watching the rain trace paths down the window pane when the mail slot clicked open. A single white envelope fluttered to the floor. It was a final notice, something about the mortgage. I picked it up. The paper felt flimsy and insubstantial. I carried it to the kitchen and held it over the earthen mound. I didn't need to ask. The soil seemed to shift, the surface rippling like water. I let the envelope fall. It landed on the rich, dark earth and was slowly, gently drawn beneath the surface. There was no sound, no struggle. It was simply absorbed, a worry composted. I nodded a silent thanks to the small, sentinel figure I could now see standing just inside the burrow at the hill's base. It did not move, but I felt its acknowledgement. This was the balance. This was the purpose. The digging had not stopped. It had simply changed its form. It was no longer a demand from below, but a collaborative ritual, a way of tending to the soul of this place and in turn to my own. The keeper was home and I was the keeper, and the line between the two had dissolved forever. The rain continued for 3 days. On the 4th morning I woke to a different quality of light. It was softer, greener, filtering through the leaves of the bean plant, which had now grown into a lush, glowing vine that curled around the window frame and stretched a tender shoot toward the hallway. I followed its direction. There, in the corner where the wall met the floor, a new patch of dark, rich soil had pushed up through the floorboards. It was no larger than my hand, and from its center sprouted a cluster of tiny white mushrooms that gave off a faint, bioluminescent shimmer. I knelt and touched them. They were cool and firm. This was not an intrusion. It was an extension. The house was not just a container for the earth anymore. The earth was becoming the house. The boundaries were softening. I felt no alarm, only a quiet fascination. I went to the kitchen to get a glass of water, and as I passed the mound on the counter, I saw that the sentinel figure was gone from the burrow entrance. In its place was a single, perfect white flower, its petals looking as though they were carved from moonlight. I understood this was a cycle. The keeper retreated and new life emerged. I filled my glass from the tap. The water tasted different, cleaner, with a faint mineral sweetness, as if it had been filtered through deep stone. I drank it all, feeling it settle inside me, a cool, clear truth. That afternoon, I found myself drawn to the front door again. I opened it and stepped onto the porch. The world outside was muted, the colors washed out and distant. A woman from down the street was walking her dog. She saw me and lifted her hand in a hesitant wave. I lifted my own in return, but my movement felt slow, deliberate, like a tree branch shifting in a breeze. Her smile faltered. She quickened her pace, pulling the dog along. I did not feel offended. I felt a distant pity for her, for the brittle, hurried surface she lived on. I looked down at my own feet. The porch boards were clean, but a fine tracery of pale, thread-like roots was visible in the grain of the wood, spreading from the threshold of the house out toward where I stood. They seemed to pulse in time with my own heartbeat. I turned and went back inside, closing the door on the pale world. The interior of the house welcomed me back with a deep, resonant quiet. The vine in the living room had grown another inch, its leaves turning gently toward me as I passed. I knew then that my physical form was beginning to mirror the change in the house. The hunger I felt was less for food and more for the quiet, for the feeling of soil between my fingers. My movements were becoming slower, more rooted. My thoughts were less like sparks and more like seeds, settling into a fertile darkness where they could rest and eventually sprout. As evening fell, I sat in the living room and watched the mushrooms in the corner glow brighter. The vine reached out, a single tendril gently brushing against my bare ankle. The touch was not cold or slimy, but warm and alive, a greeting. I placed my hand on the floor, palm down, and felt the slow, steady hum of the house moving through me. There was no more I and no more it. There was only the quiet, growing dark, and the peace that comes from being completely, finally absorbed. Story 3. The floor didn't echo my steps. I moved through the hallway, my fingers trailing the wallpaper, expecting the rough texture I knew, but it felt like polished glass. The clock on the wall had hands, but they were perfectly still, as if time had given up. I reached for the kitchen faucet, turning the handle, but no water came, not a drip, not a sigh. The room's only window reflected the evening light, but when I stood before it, my silhouette refused to appear. This is not my house. The thought is a cold stone in my pocket, something I carry and feel the shape of at odd moments. The house is mine, the deed is in a drawer upstairs, but the silence here is a tenant who pays no rent. It was not always this quiet. There was a before with the sound of a kettle whistling, of a chair scraping against the floorboards, of a voice humming a tune I can no longer recall the melody of, only the feeling of it, a low vibration in the air. I find myself standing in the doorway to the back garden. The key is in my hand, cold and heavy. I don't remember picking it up. The lock is new, a bright brass eye against the faded green paint. The old one was found on the ground one morning, the metal around the keyhole scarred and bent. It was the first thing, the first wrong note. A memory or the ghost of one, a man in a dark coat standing by the garden fence. He was not looking at the house. He was looking at the sky or perhaps the line of trees at the end of the field. I saw him from the same window, the one that now refuses my reflection. I thought nothing of it then. A man on a walk, pausing, but the memory has sharpened with time. The coat was too heavy for the season. His hands were in his pockets, and he stood perfectly, unnaturally still. I told the officer about him later. He wrote it down. His pen made a soft scratching sound. He asked if I could describe his face. I could not. It was just a shape, a smudge of shadow beneath a hat brim. The report is in a folder on the table. I have read it so many times the words have begun to lose their meaning. Missing person, last seen. No signs of a struggle. The last one is a lie. The struggle was not in overturned furniture or broken glass. It was in the small things. The way the air felt thin afterward, difficult to breathe. The way the dust motes danced in a sunbeam as if nothing had happened. A scrap of conversation from before, a voice not my own saying, "You notice too much, you see patterns in everything." It was said with a laugh, a gentle tease. It does not feel gentle now. It feels like an accusation. I notice the way the light falls at a certain angle in the afternoon and catches the edge of the rug, revealing a faint, lighter patch on the floorboards beneath. As if something had been there, something heavy, and was then moved. I have measured it. It is exactly the size of a small trunk we used to keep in the attic. I went to check. The trunk is still there. My mind does that. It offers a solution and then immediately dismantles it. It is an untrustworthy companion. Another fragment, a phrase from a book left open on the bedside table. A line was underlined not by my hand. The truth is not in the event but in the echo. I stare at that sentence for a long time. Whose hand held the pencil? Was it mine in a moment of forgotten clarity? Or was it a message left for me to find? The book is a collection of essays. It is not something I would normally read. The man in the coat, the moved trunk, the underlined sentence. They are pieces from different puzzles, and I am trying to force them to fit. I remember a morning, bright and ordinary, making coffee, the smell of it filling the kitchen. A discussion about the day's plans. A list was made, groceries, a trip to the post office, the mundane liturgy of a shared life. Then a shift, a hesitation in the middle of a sentence. A glance toward the window that lasted a beat too long, a silence that was not comfortable. I rewind this memory more than any other, trying to pinpoint the exact moment the thread snapped. Was it something I said? Something I failed to say. The phone rings sometimes. I let it. The machine picks up, my own voice sounding strange and distant. There is never a message, only the hollow sound of an open line, then a click. I spend days at the library looking at old newspapers on microfilm, not for any article in particular, but for a feeling, for a context. I read about weather patterns and local disputes and the price of grain. I am looking for a shadow, for a shape that should not be there. I find nothing. The world outside this silence is documented in neat columns of text, and it offers no answers. I find a note in a coat pocket. My handwriting, remember the blue flowers. I do not remember the blue flowers. I walk through the garden, but nothing is blue, just greens and browns and the faded red of old bricks. The note feels like a clue I left for myself, a secret I have since forgotten. The silence in the house is not empty. It has texture. It is the texture of polished glass. It is the texture of still clock hands. It is a surface that shows me nothing but my own questioning. I am in the hallway again. My fingers are on the wallpaper. Rough then smooth, it changes, or my perception of it changes. I close my eyes and try to feel the before, the rough texture, the echo of steps, the reflection in the window. And then it happens, a connection, silent and profound, the polished glass of the wallpaper, the missing reflection in the window. The faint, lighter patch on the floor where nothing sits. They are not clues to an absence. They are descriptions of a presence that does not interact, a presence that observes but leaves no mark. a surface that cannot be imprinted upon. The man in the coat was not looking at the sky or the trees. He was looking at this house. He was not waiting for someone to come out. He was watching. He was ensuring the silence remained. The realization is not a key that unlocks a door. It is a key that turns to show me the door was never locked, only that I was on the wrong side of it all along. I was not the one who was left. I am the one who is being kept. I stand before the window. The evening light is weak now, leaching the color from the world. I do not look for my silhouette anymore. I look past it into the deepening blue of the garden. I see the shape of the trees, the line of the fence. And for a moment I think I see it again, the dark coat, the still posture a stain against the gathering night. Then it is gone, or I blink and it is gone. The question is no longer what happened. The question is whether I am a prisoner or a custodian of this perfect, unechoing silence, and I have no answer. Only the heavy, polished weight of the question itself, a stone I will carry in my pocket from this day forward. The key in my hand feels warmer now, as if it has absorbed the heat from my palm. I look down at it, this small, cold piece of metal that supposedly unlocks the garden where the blue flowers are not. The garden the man in the coat watched so intently. I close my fingers around it until the teeth bite into my skin. The pain is a small, real thing in all this polished silence. I do not put the key in the lock. Instead, I turn from the door and walk back to the kitchen. The report is still on the table. I pick up the folder, the cardboard smooth under my fingertips. I open it and read the words again, missing person. The words are flat, meaningless. They describe an event, not the echo. The echo is here in this room, in the air I am breathing. I carry the folder to the sink. I place it in the dry, white basin. I turn the handle. No water comes, just as before. A dry sink for a dry truth. I leave it there, a silent protest against the official story. My feet take me upstairs to the room with the book. The collection of essays lies open on the table, the page with the underlined sentence. The truth is not in the event, but in the echo. I look at the pencil mark. It is faint, almost hesitant. I run my finger over it. The graphite smudges, a gray streak on my skin. It was recent. The realization is a jolt. This was not done long ago. It was done recently in this silence. A sound reaches me then, so faint I almost mistake it for the ringing in my own ears. It is the sound of the front door closing, not a slam, but a soft, precise click. The sound a key makes in a well-oiled lock, the sound of someone arriving or someone ensuring they have left. I do not move. I stand in the upstairs room, my breath held, listening. There are no footsteps, no creak of the floorboards. Only the return of a deeper, more profound silence, as if the house itself is holding its breath. He is here, the man in the coat, or someone. They are in the house. The thought is not one of panic, but of a strange, cold clarity. This is the next step. The silence has been broken, not by a sound, but by an action. The observer has entered the observation. I look around the room for a weapon, for anything. My eyes fall on the trunk at the foot of the bed. The trunk that left no mark on the floor downstairs. I kneel and try to lift the lid. It is unlocked, but heavy. It opens with a groan of old hinges. Inside there are only blankets, wool smelling faintly of cedar. I push them aside. My hands touch something cold and smooth at the bottom. It is a picture frame, face down. I lift it out. It is a photograph of the garden taken in summer. The colors are vibrant, the greens deep and the sky a brilliant blue. And there in the corner by the fence is a patch of flowers. Their color is so vivid it seems to pulse against the green. They are blue, a blue I have never seen in life, a blue that seems to swallow the light. I hear a floorboard sigh on the landing. My heart is a frantic bird against my ribs. I place the photograph back in the trunk, face down, and close the lid. I stand up, my legs unsteady. There is nothing to do but meet it. This is the event. I must listen for the echo. I walk to the bedroom door and open it. The hallway is empty, the air is still. I look toward the stairs, nothing. I take a step out, then I see it. On the wallpaper, right beside my door, where my fingers had traced the change from rough to smooth, there is a smudge. A dark, greasy mark, the kind left by a shoulder brushing against a wall. It was not there before. He was here, he stood right here outside this door while I was inside with the trunk and the photograph. He was listening to me, and then he moved away, silent as a shadow. I follow the hallway, my own steps now loud in my ears. I descend the stairs, each one a minor announcement of my presence. The house feels different. The silence is no longer empty. It is occupied. It is watching. I reach the bottom step and turn toward the kitchen. The folder is gone from the sink. The table is bare. On the counter next to the toaster sits a single blue flower. Its petals are a deep, impossible cobalt, and it seems to glow with its own inner light. It is the flower from the photograph. I pick it up. It feels like silk, but cold, like metal left in the shade. It has no scent. This is the message. This is the echo. I am not a prisoner. I am a participant. The game is not about finding what is lost. It is about understanding the rules of this new, silent world. And the first rule is that the man in the coat is not an intruder. He is a part of the house, and he has just given me a key. Not the one for the garden door, but a different one altogether. A key made of cobalt and silence. I hold it in my hand, and I wait for the next move. The flower stem is brittle, like dried wire. I roll it between my thumb and forefinger, feeling the cold seep into my skin. It is not a peace offering. It is a statement. I am here. I have always been here. You just failed to see me. My eyes are drawn to the window over the sink. The night is complete now, a solid black sheet. For a second, I think I see a face in the glass, a pale oval framed by a dark hat brim. But it has gone before my mind can truly register it, replaced by my own hollow-eyed reflection staring back at me. My reflection has returned. The spell, or whatever it was, is broken. Or perhaps it was only ever broken for me. I look down at the blue flower. Remember the blue flowers. The note in my pocket was not a reminder to look for them. It was a warning to remember their meaning, a meaning I have forgotten. I leave the flower on the counter and walk back into the hallway. The house feels different, charged. The silence is no longer passive. It is a held breath, waiting for my next move. I go to the front door and try the handle. It turns, but the door does not budge. It is not locked. It is held fast, as if the outside world has been sealed away. I am not surprised. I return to the kitchen and pick up the flower again. This time I notice a tiny, almost invisible symbol etched into one of the petals. It looks like an eye, but not a human one. The pupil is a keyhole. The truth is not in the event, but in the echo. The event was the man entering the house. The echo is this flower, this symbol. I know where I have to go, the attic. The pull-down ladder is in the ceiling of the upstairs hallway. I tug on the cord and it unfolds with a groan of protesting springs. The dark rectangle above smells of dust and aged wood, the scent of forgotten things. I climb up, the rough wood of the steps biting into my bare feet. I had not realized I was not wearing shoes. The attic is a landscape of shadows, lit only by the faint moonlight filtering through a single, grimy round window. Shapes of covered furniture and stacked boxes loom like sleeping beasts. I know what I am looking for. I move toward the far corner where the roof slopes down to meet the floor. The small trunk is there just as it was before, but now it feels different. It feels like the center of everything. I kneel before it. The lock is old and tarnished, a heavy iron thing. I do not have the key, but I have the flower. I hold it up, comparing the keyhole-shaped pupil on the petal to the physical lock on the trunk. They are the same shape. This is impossible, a children's story logic, but it is the only logic this house now offers. My hand trembles as I bring the stem of the flower toward the keyhole. The cold metal of the lock seems to hum. I push the tip of the stem into the keyhole. It does not fit. Of course it doesn't. That would be too simple. I pull it back, feeling a fool. I look at the flower again, at the symbol. The truth is in the echo, not the object itself, but its reflection, its meaning. I close my eyes. I think of the man in the coat, a silhouette against the sky. I think of the silence, a polished surface. I think of the blue flower, a thing of impossible color in a faded world. I think of the key in my pocket, the one for the garden door. I never used it. I was always looking for the wrong key. I open my eyes. I am not holding a flower anymore. I am holding a key. It is cold and heavy, forged from a metal that looks like cobalt, and its teeth are an intricate, unfamiliar pattern. It hums with a low, resonant frequency that I can feel in my teeth. Without hesitation, I press it into the trunk-S lock. It slides in perfectly. I turn it. The mechanism clicks with a sound that is louder than any sound I have heard in weeks. It is the sound of a bolt sliding back, of a seal being broken. I lift the lid. The trunk is empty, save for one thing. Lying at the bottom is a dark, heavy wool coat, a man's coat, and folded neatly on top of it is a hat. I reach out and touch the rough fabric of the coat. It is cold. As my fingers make contact, a memory, sharp and clear and not my own, flashes behind my eyes. The view from the garden, the line of trees, the weight of this coat on my shoulders, the feeling of waiting, the duty of watching, the necessity of the silence. I understand now. I was not left, I was replaced. The man in the coat is not a separate person. He is a role, a function of this house, and the previous occupant is gone, the missing person. I pick up the coat. It is heavier than it looks. I stand, and with a sense of grim inevitability, I put it on. The weight settles on my shoulders, familiar and alien at once. It fits perfectly. I pick up the hat and place it on my head. The world through the brim is a different world, narrower, focused. I walk to the grimy attic window and look out. The garden is below, monochrome in the moonlight. And there, by the fence, standing perfectly still, is a figure. A woman. She is looking up at the house, at this window. Her face is a pale smudge, her expression unreadable at this distance. She is waiting. She is watching the watcher. I do not move. I stand and I watch her. This is the echo. This is the truth. The house has its custodian again. The silence is complete, and I am the one ensuring it. I watch her until my eyes ache from the strain of not blinking. She does not move. She is a statue in the moonlight, a part of the garden's composition. I wonder if she sees the coat, the hat. I wonder if she sees me, or if she only sees the silhouette she expects to see. The watcher in the window. A faint chime echoes through the house. It is the clock in the hallway, striking an hour I cannot determine. The sound is clear now, no longer muffled by the strange silence. The house is breathing again, but it is a different kind of breath. It is the slow, measured respiration of a machine that has been reset. I turn from the window. The attic is no longer a place of forgotten things. It is a command post. My footsteps are soundless on the dusty floorboards as I cross to the ladder. Descending, I feel the coat brush against my calves, a constant reminder of the weight I now carry. I pull the ladder back up into the ceiling, the action smooth and practiced, as if I have done it 1,000 times. In the hallway, I pause before the mirror. A stranger looks back. The hat shadows my eyes, and the coat makes my frame seem broader, anonymous. I look like the man I used to watch. I am the man I used to watch. The realization is a quiet settling in my bones, not a shock, but a confirmation. I go downstairs and into the kitchen. The blue flower is gone from the counter. In its place is a single dry leaf. The message has been received and cleared. The system is operational. I open the back door. The key is still in my pocket, but the lock offers no resistance now. The night air is cool and smells of damp earth. I step out onto the path. I do not look toward the woman by the fence. I know she is there. My role is not to engage. My role is to observe, to maintain the balance, to ensure the silence of the house remains unbroken. I walk to the center of the garden and stop. I stand with my back to the house, facing the line of trees at the rear of the property. This is the position. This is where I am meant to be. I can feel the house behind me, a silent, sleeping entity that I am now bound to protect. I can feel the woman's gaze on my back, a faint pressure. The night deepens around me. An owl calls from the woods, a lonely sound. I do not move. My mind, which once raced with patterns and questions, is now still. It does not need to question anymore. It only needs to watch. The fragments have assembled into a perfect, unbreakable whole. I am the pattern. I hear a soft rustle from the direction of the fence. I do not turn. Out of the corner of my eye, I see a shift in the darkness. The woman is leaving. Her observation is complete. She has seen the new watcher take his post. She walks along the fence line and then disappears into the deeper shadows of the neighboring property. Her purpose here is finished. I remain. The first light of dawn begins to bleach the sky from black to a deep, weary gray. The shapes of the trees separate themselves from the night. My legs are stiff, but the discomfort is distant, unimportant. As the sun finally crests the horizon, spilling weak, colorless light over the garden, I see them. Where the woman had been standing, by the base of the fence, a small cluster of flowers has bloomed. Their petals are a deep, impossible cobalt. They were not there last night. I understand the blue flowers do not grow. They appear. They are a marker, a sign that the watch has been passed, a confirmation that the silence is intact. I turn and walk back toward the house. My first night is over. I enter the kitchen, close the door, and turn the key. The lock clicks with finality. I hang the coat and hat on a peg by the door. For now, my watch is done. I go to the sink and turn the handle. Water gushes out, loud and real. I cup my hands under the cold stream and splash my face. The water is a shock, a baptism. I look around the kitchen. It is just a kitchen. The table is just a table. The silence is just silence, but I know the truth of it now. I know what it guards and what it requires. I am the custodian. The house is my charge, and the world outside is full of people who notice too much, who see patterns in everything. My job is to make sure they never see the right one. The water drips from my chin onto the linoleum floor, each drop a tiny punctuation mark in the quiet. I dry my face with a towel that smells faintly of bleach, a mundane scent that feels like an anchor. The ordinary world is trying to reassert itself, but it cannot penetrate the new layer that has settled over everything. I am seeing the blueprint of this place now, the hidden architecture of its purpose. I go to the peg and put the coat and hat back on. The weight is not a burden, it is a definition. It tells me who I am now. I walk to the front door and try the handle. It opens easily. The ceiling of the house was temporary, a test, or a transition. Now the boundaries are fluid, governed by rules I am only beginning to intuit. I step outside. The morning air is fresh and the street is waking up. A neighbor across the way is retrieving a newspaper from his lawn. He sees me, gives a slow, almost imperceptible nod, and then turns back to his door. There is no curiosity in his gaze, no surprise. He sees the coat. He understands. He is part of the ecosystem, a peripheral element that knows not to look too closely. My walk has no conscious destination, but my feet know the route. They carry me past identical houses with neat lawns toward the small commercial strip at the end of the street. The town is familiar yet utterly alien, seen through this new lens. I stop at a small cafe with a faded awning. I do not need to check my pockets for money. I know I have none. That is not the point of this errand. A bell jingles as I open the door. The man behind the counter, a large man with a kind, tired face, looks up. His eyes flicker to my coat, and his expression does not change, but a certain readiness enters his posture. "The usual," he says, not a question. I nod once. He turns and prepares a large black coffee in a paper cup. He sets it on the counter. I take it. Our fingers do not touch. "Quiet morning," he says, his voice low. "It is," I reply. My own voice sounds deeper, filtered through the silence I now carry. He gives another nod and I turn and leave. The exchange is complete. It was not about the coffee. It was a check-in, a signal that the watch continues, that the patterns are being maintained. I hold the warm cup but do not drink from it. The heat is enough. It is a token, a prop in the performance. I walk back toward the house, a slow, measured patrol. I see a woman pruning a rose bush. She does not look up as I pass. I see a child's bicycle lying on its side in a driveway. The world is continuing, but I am no longer truly in it. I am the frame around the picture. Back inside, I place the full coffee cup on the kitchen counter. I will not drink it. It will sit there until it grows cold, and then I will dispose of it. It is part of the ritual. I ascend the stairs to the small room at the front of the house, the one with the best view of the street. I sit in the worn armchair by the window. This is the day post. From here I can watch the comings and goings. I can note any unusual activity, any prolonged stares, any strangers who pause for too long outside the property. My gaze is passive, absorbing. I am not looking for anything in particular. I am listening to the hum of the ordinary, waiting for a discordant note. Hours pass, the sun moves across the sky. My body is still. The hunger and thirst I feel are minor sensations, easily ignored. The needs of the body are secondary to the demands of the watch. As evening approaches, a car I do not recognize slows down in front of the house. It is a dark sedan, nondescript. It does not stop, but its pace is deliberate. The driver's head turns, and for a fraction of a second, our eyes meet through the window. His face is neutral, but his eyes are sharp, assessing. He sees the watcher in the window. He sees the coat. The car accelerates and turns the corner, disappearing from view. I make a mental note of the car, the time, the direction. This is the work. This is the maintenance of the silence. The man was not a threat, not yet. He was a potential one. He was looking for a pattern. My presence here is the answer. There is nothing for you to see. Move along. I rise from the chair as the last light fades. My limbs protest, stiff from the long stillness. I go downstairs and prepare a simple meal I will not taste. I eat it standing at the kitchen counter. The routine is medicinal, a sustainment of the vessel. Later I return to the coat and hat. The night watch is different. It is less about the world outside and more about the house itself and the garden. I take my position on the path as the moon rises. The blue flowers by the fence have not faded. They seem to glow faintly in the dim light, a permanent marker now. I stand and wait. I am listening to the silence, feeling its texture. It is my charge, my responsibility. I am no longer the man who wondered if he was a prisoner or a custodian. I am the silence, and I am waiting for the next echo, whatever and whenever it may be. The days begin to fold into one another, a seamless tapestry of quiet vigilance. The coat hangs on my frame as if it has always been there, its weight a constant companion. I learn the rhythms of the watch. The morning walk for the coffee I never drink. The long hours in the chair by the window. The evening meal that is merely fuel. The night standing guard in the garden. I no longer question the logic of this existence. The house provides what I need. A can of soup is always in the cupboard when I look for it. The water runs clear. The lights turn on and off. The silence is a presence, a colleague. We work in tandem. One afternoon, a week or perhaps a month into my new role, the mail arrives. I watch the postal carrier from the window. She's a new one, a young woman with a brisk, efficient walk. She places the usual bundle of advertisements and bills in the box and turns to leave. Then she stops. She looks back at the house, her head tilted. She takes a step closer to the lawn, her eyes fixed on something near the foundation. She sees the blue flowers. My body goes still, but my mind is a flare of alarm. This is a breach. An outsider has noticed an anomaly. She takes another step, bending slightly to get a better look. I rise from my chair. The movement is slow, deliberate. I do not rush. I walk downstairs and open the front door just as she is reaching out a hand to touch one of the cobalt petals. The door opening is a soundless event, but she feels it. She freezes, her hand hovering in the air. She looks up and sees me standing in the doorway, framed by the darkness of the house, the coat making me a pillar of shadow. Her eyes widen. It is not fear I see, but a dawning, profound confusion. She is seeing the pattern, and it is hurting her head. The flowers do not belong. The man in the coat does not belong. The pieces do not fit the world she knows. I do not speak. I simply look at her. My gaze is empty, a mirror reflecting her own confusion back at her. She pulls her hand back as if burned. I'm sorry, she stammers. Your flowers, they're very blue. I give a single, slow nod. It is not an acknowledgement of her words, but a dismissal. She turns and walks away, her pace quickening. She does not look back. I watch her until she is out of sight. I know she will not remember this clearly. The memory will become a blur, a strange dream she had on her route. The silence will see to it. I close the door and return to my post. The incident is already fading, absorbed into the fabric of my duty, but it leaves a residue, a question. The flowers are a marker for the passing of the watch, but they are also a vulnerability. They are a part of the pattern that can be seen from the outside. That night in the garden, I look at the cluster of blue by the fence. They are beautiful and terrible. I understand now that my predecessor, the man I saw, must have made a mistake. He allowed something to become too visible. Perhaps he was the one who left the note for me, a final act of warning before he was relieved. Or perhaps the note was from someone else, another piece of the machinery I do not yet fully comprehend. A soft sound breaks the night's stillness. It is not the owl nor the wind. It is the faint crunch of gravel on the path behind me. I do not turn. I remain facing the trees, my back to the house and the sound. The rules are clear. The watcher does not engage. He observes. He maintains the perimeter. The sound stops. I can feel a presence there just beyond the circle of my immediate perception. It is not the woman from the first night. This presence is different, heavier, more intentional. Then a voice. It is low and raspy, as if unused for a long time. It speaks a single sentence, the words hanging in the cold air. The last one grew too curious. The voice comes from directly behind me. I feel a chill that has nothing to do with the night. I keep my eyes on the trees, my breathing even. I am a statue. I am the watcher. I hear the soft crunch of gravel again, receding this time. The presence withdraws. I do not turn to see who it was or where they went. The message was delivered. It was not a threat. It was a reminder, a piece of the doctrine. The last one grew too curious. That is the danger. Not intrusion from the outside, but a failure of resolve on the inside. Curiosity is the crack through which the silence can leak out and the world can leak in. I look up at the moon, a cold sliver in the sky. I understand my purpose more completely now. I am not just guarding the house from others. I am guarding the silence from myself. The blue flowers are a test. The mysterious voice is a test. It is all a test of my fitness to wear this coat. I turn and walk back inside. The night is over. As I hang the coat on its peg, I run my hand over the rough wool. I will not grow curious. I will be the silence. I will be the watch, nothing more. The following morning, the coffee ritual feels different. The man behind the counter gives me the cup, but his eyes hold mine for a beat too long. He is part of the system, and he senses a shift, a tremor in the pattern. I take the cup and leave without a word. The coffee is no longer just a token. It feels like a verdict. Back in the house, I do not go to the chair by the window. Instead, I climb the stairs to the attic. The air is still and thick. I approach the trunk, the origin point. I lift the lid. It is empty now, save for a fine layer of dust. But as I run my fingers along the inside of the lid, my nail catches on a slight irregularity. A small, hidden compartment springs open. Inside is a single sheet of paper, folded neatly. I do not want to read it. Curiosity is the failure, but my hands move without my consent, unfolding the crisp paper. The handwriting is the same as the note I found, but the ink is fresher, darker. It reads, "He looked into the silence. He found an answer. He is gone." A cold certainty grips me. The last custodian did not just grow curious. He actively sought something. He probed the silence and discovered a truth that could not be contained, and he was removed. I refold the paper and place it back in its hiding place, closing the compartment. The action is calm, but my mind is not. A new thought forms, unbidden and dangerous. If he was removed for finding an answer, then the silence is not just empty space. It is a veil, and behind that veil is something real, something that can be known. This is the thought that ends a watch. I know this. I stand and descend the ladder, my movements mechanical. I resume my post by the window. The street is quiet. A cat suns itself on a porch. Everything is normal, but the seed has been planted. That night, as I stand in the garden, the silence is no longer a colleague. It is an opponent. I am listening to it, not just maintaining it. I am trying to hear its shape, its source. The blue flowers seem to watch me, their color a deep, accusatory blue in the moonlight. The voice does not return, the woman does not reappear. I am alone with the house and the silence. And for the first time since I put on the coat, I feel a flicker of the old fear. Not fear of the house or of the watchers, but fear of myself, because I want to know. The question is forming, the one that must never be asked. What is hidden here? The wind picks up, rustling the leaves in the trees. For a moment, the rustling sounds like a whisper, a single word stretched thin and desperate. Listen, the whisper was not in the wind, it was underneath it. A separate thing, a thread of sound woven into the fabric of the night. I held my breath, my entire being focused into my ears. The normal sounds of the garden, the creak of branches, the distant hum of a car, all fell away. I was listening to the negative space, to what was not there. And then I heard it, a low, resonant hum, so deep it was felt more than heard, a vibration in the bones of my feet. It was not coming from the house or the garden, it was coming from below. The silence was not empty, it was a lid, and beneath it something was stirring. My eyes were drawn to a patch of earth near the blue flowers. The soil there seemed different, darker and loosely packed. As I watched, a tiny pebble on its surface trembled and rolled an inch to the side. The hum intensified for a second, a single pulsing beat, and then receded back into the inaudible. This was the answer the last custodian found. This was why he was gone. He had not just grown curious, he had listened too closely, and he had heard the heart of the silence beating in the dark below the house. My job was not to guard an empty secret. It was to keep the lid on a jar that was not empty. The fear crystallized into a cold, sharp purpose. I could not afford curiosity. It was not a philosophical failing, it was a practical one. To listen was to engage. To engage was to risk disturbing whatever slept below. My predecessor had disturbed it, and he had been removed to restore the calm. I turned my back on the loose soil and the blue flowers. I walked to the house, each step measured and quiet. I entered and locked the door. The hum was gone now, but the memory of it was a stain on my mind. I did not hang up the coat, I kept it on. The watch was no longer a cycle of shifts, it was a continuous state. I moved through the rooms not as their master, but as their keeper. I ran my hand along the walls, feeling the cold plaster. Were they containing the house, or were they containing what was beneath it? In the living room, I noticed a hairline crack in the ceiling that I was sure had not been there yesterday. It was small, a faint brown line against the white paint. It was a flaw in the perfect, silent surface, a sign of strain. I sat in a chair and waited for dawn. The question was now a living thing inside me, a parasite fed by the faint hum and the shifting soil. I could not ask it, I could not seek its answer, but I could not unknow the question itself. The silence was no longer perfect. I had heard its breath, and I knew with a certainty that settled deep in my bones that the thing below was not sleeping. It was listening too. The sun rose, its light doing little to warm the chill that had taken root in me. The morning walk was a trial. Every sound, the slam of a car door, the shout of a child, felt like a provocation. The man at the cafe handed me the coffee, his face a mask of routine, but I saw the slightest tremor in his hand. He knew. The system was stressed. The silence was under pressure. I placed the full cup on the counter back in the house. I did not dispose of the old one. 2 paper cups stood side by side, a small accumulation of my tenure, a record of time served. I ascended to the attic again. I did not open the trunk. I simply stood before it, my hand resting on its dusty surface. It was not a source of answers. It was a warning, a headstone. The last one looked into the silence. He is gone. A new compulsion took hold. I went room to room, searching not for answers, but for flaws. I examined every wall, every floorboard for new cracks, for signs of settlement. The house was speaking a language of strain, and I had to learn to read it. In the hallway upstairs, a floorboard groaned under my weight with a new plaintive sound. In the basement, the air felt thick and heavy, carrying a faint, metallic tang I had never noticed before. The day passed in this grim inventory. I skipped the chair by the window. The threat was not outside. It was here beneath my feet. The watch had turned inward. As dusk fell, I returned to the garden. I had to. It was the epicenter. I took my position, my body rigid. The blue flowers seemed to have multiplied, their unnatural hue even more vibrant against the darkening earth. I kept my eyes away from the patch of loose soil. I focused on the fence, the trees, the sky, anything else. The hum did not return. Instead, a new sensation began to bloom, a subtle psychic pressure. It was a feeling of being examined, of being weighed. The thing below was not just listening anymore. It was aware of me. It knew that I knew. A figure emerged from the shadows between the trees. It was the woman from the first night. She did not approach the fence this time. She stood at the edge of the woods, her pale face a smudge in the gloom. She lifted her arm and pointed, not at me, but at the ground near my feet, at the loose soil. Her message was clear. The focus was here. The breach was here. Then she pointed directly at me, and her hand began to shake. She wasn't issuing a command. She was issuing a warning, a desperate, final warning. From the corner of my eye, I saw the dark soil shift. A small black beetle crawled out, its carapace gleaming in the twilight. It was followed by another, and then another. They moved with a strange, synchronized purpose, flowing over the grass blades like a slow, dark rivulet. They were not heading toward the woods or the house. They were moving toward me. The pressure in my head intensified, becoming a dull, insistent throb. It was not a sound, but a will, a command to be still, to accept. The beetles reached my shoes and began to climb. I watched them, frozen not by fear, but by a profound institutional obedience. The watcher does not engage, the watcher maintains. Their tiny legs tickled the wool of my trousers. They were a living stain, crawling upward. I knew then that this was not a punishment. This was an assimilation. The last custodian was gone. I was to become the next layer of silence, a permanent fixture in the garden, a statue woven from wool and flesh and beetles, another warning for the next one who would come to wear the coat. I closed my eyes. I thought of the note, the trunk, the 2 coffee cups on the counter. I thought of the question I could not ask, and in that moment I understood the true nature of the silence. It was not a void. It was a living, hungry thing, and it demanded a keeper. It was my turn to be the answer. The first beetle reached my wrist, its antennae brushing the skin. The touch was cold and sent a jolt through my system, a final surge of the self that was being erased. I could feel the collective weight of them now, a seething, clicking cloak that pinned me in place. The pressure in my head was absolute, a black noise that smothered all thought. Then a sharp crack split the night. It was not a sound from the woods or the sky, it came from the house. A window on the 2nd floor had splintered, a spider web of fractures radiating from a central point, the obedience that held me shattered with the glass. My arm, moving as if of its own volition, swept downward, brushing the beetles from my legs in a single, frantic motion. They fell to the ground in a clatter of tiny bodies, their synchrony broken. The psychic pressure faltered, recoiling in a wave of surprise or perhaps outrage. I did not run, I walked, my steps heavy and deliberate, back to the house. The beetles did not follow. They regrouped on the loose soil, a pulsating dark mass. The woman in the woods was gone. I opened the front door and entered. The air inside was different. It was charged, electric, with a violation. The silence was no longer still. It was agitated, wounded. I climbed the stairs to the 2nd floor and stood before the cracked window. It was the window of the room I never used, a small bedroom facing the garden. Through the fractured glass, the moon was distorted, its light sliced into a dozen shards. This was not part of the protocol. A broken window was a breach I did not know how to mend. It was an open wound in the veil. I reached out a hand, my fingers hovering just before the cracked pane. A faint, cold draft seeped through the breaks, and on that draft I heard it again. The hum, but it was changed. It was no longer a low, resonant thrum. It was a dissonant chord, a sound of frustration and immense, weary power. It was not coming from below anymore. It was all around me. The house, the garden, the very silence, it was all an extension of the thing in the earth, and I had just refused its embrace. I turned from the window and descended to the kitchen. The 2 paper cups stood on the counter. I picked them up, one in each hand. They were trivial, meaningless objects, yet they were proof of a timeline, of a sequence of days that I had endured. I crushed them in my fists and dropped the crumpled wads into the bin. There would be no more coffee. The ritual was over. The watch had changed. I was no longer just a custodian of the silence. I was a variable. I had made a choice. And I knew, with a certainty that left no room for fear, that the thing in the earth was now watching me, not as its keeper, but as its problem. Story 4. The main gate was found secured, requiring keypad entry. Upon reaching the residence, 3 vehicles were parked in the driveway, none matching the models listed in the property file. All driver-side doors were unlocked. The engines of the 1st and 3rd vehicles were cold to the touch. The engine of the 2nd vehicle was also cold. The hood, however, was warm. The warmth beneath my palm was a secret, a recent, fading life. I pulled my hand back and curled my fingers into a fist, the heat clinging to my skin like a confession. I remember the sound of the wind through the tall grass at the back of the property, a dry, whispering rustle that never seemed to stop. It was the first thing I noticed, that constant, hushed voice. It made everything else feel staged, a tableau set for an audience of one. She always left her keys in the ceramic bowl by the door, a habit I found endearing, then careless, then suspicious. Why would someone so meticulous in other ways be so lax about that? The bowl was blue, with a hairline crack running from the rim down to its base. I would trace that crack with my finger while we spoke, feeling the imperfection, wondering if it had always been there or if it was a recent development. The stillness of the house was a different kind of sound. It was a pressure in my ears. I walked from room to room, not touching anything, just observing the way the dust motes danced in the slanted afternoon light. Everything was clean, orderly. A book lay open on the arm of a chair, face down. I never knew her to break a spine like that. I asked her once if she was afraid of the quiet out here. She smiled, a thin, distant thing. "It's not the quiet that bothers me," she said. "It's the certainty that you are the only one hearing it." I didn't understand then. I think I do now. There was a single coffee mug in the sink, rinsed but not washed. A faint brown ring stained the white porcelain. I found myself staring at it, reconstructing the moment it was placed there. The click of the mug on the stainless steel, the running of the tap. Were they in a hurry, or were they simply done? The second vehicle, the one with the warm hood, was a dark, unremarkable sedan. I opened the door and the interior smelled of mint and old leather. There was nothing in the passenger footwell, nothing in the back, but on the floor behind the driver's seat, half tucked under the mat, was a single white business card. It was blank on both sides. I keep coming back to the gate, secured, keypad entry, no signs of forced passage, so they were let in or they knew the code. The numbers, she told me, were the date she planted the oak tree by the driveway. She said it was so she would never forget. I never asked her when that was. I just assumed I would figure it out someday. The phone rang 7 times before it went to the machine. I counted. Her voice on the recording was cheerful, a voice from a week ago, maybe 2. It asked the caller to leave a message. The beep that followed was long and loud in the silent house. I did not speak. I found a scrap of paper in the bedroom, caught under the leg of the dressing table. It was a corner torn from a larger sheet, with a few words written in her hand. "If the light is wrong," that's all it said, "if the light is wrong." I held the paper to my nose, but it smelled only of paper and a faint trace of perfume. They asked me about my movements. I told them I was away. I had been for a while. I came back because the silence on the other end of the line had grown too deep. I came back to the secured gate, the 3 strange cars, the whispering grass. The warm hood, I cannot escape the logic of it. The engine was cold, a dead thing, but the hood was warm, as if something beneath it had been working long after the engine stopped. A light left on, a short circuit, a contained fire that burned itself out. An explanation exists, I am sure of it, a simple, mechanical reason. I remember the last thing she said to me, her voice soft over a bad connection. "You see patterns in everything, you always have, it's what I love about you." A pause filled with static, and what worries me. The business card was not entirely blank. Holding it at an angle in a certain light, I could see the faint, ghostly impression of writing. Numbers, perhaps, or just the pressure of a pen from something written on a card that had been stacked on top of it. A memory of a message, long since removed. I stand at the kitchen window and look out at the driveway. The vehicles are gone now. The grass has been cut, silencing its whisper. Everything is neat and correct. The blue bowl is gone too, packed away or discarded, I do not know. I press my forehead against the cool glass and close my eyes. The only thing I am certain of is the lingering warmth of that hood against my hand, a truth that arrived too late, and the growing fear that the pattern I am trying to see is the one I myself have drawn. From the hallway, the quiet is broken by the sound of the telephone beginning to ring. I do not move. The ringing is an intrusion, a sharp metallic sound that cuts through the manufactured calm of the house. It is not her ring. She had it set to a soft, melodic chime. This is the default, a shrill, demanding trill that means the settings have been reset or the phone has been replaced. It rings a second time and I push myself away from the window. My reflection slides off the glass, a pale, distorted ghost. The third ring finds me in the hallway, standing before the small table where the phone sits. It is a new model, sleek and anonymous. The fourth ring. My hand hovers over the receiver. I think of her voice on the machine, a recording from a time that now feels archaeological. The machine is gone, too. There is only this phone and its insistent, mechanical cry. On the fifth ring, I pick it up. I do not speak. I hold the plastic to my ear and listen to the hollow silence of an open line. A breath, then a voice. It is a man's voice, calm and measured. Is the package secure? I say nothing. The silence on my end stretches, a taut wire. I can hear the faint hiss of the connection, the almost imperceptible sound of someone else listening back. I repeat, is the package secure? The voice is firmer now, a hint of impatience veneered over professional calm. I lower the receiver slowly, my fingers tight around the hard plastic. I do not hang up. I simply place it back on the cradle, cutting the voice off mid-exhalation. The silence rushes back in, but it is different now. It is a silence that has been spoken into. Package, the word hangs in the air, solid and specific. It could mean anything. It could mean nothing. But in this house of missing things, of warm hoods and blank cards, it feels like the only piece of hard data I have. I look down at my empty hands. The warmth from the car hood is gone from my skin, but the memory of it is a brand. I walk back to the kitchen and open the drawer beside the sink. It is where she kept the spare keys, the takeout menus, a jumble of useful and useless things. Now it holds only a roll of twine, a pad of paper, and a single pen. I pick up the pen. It is cheap, plastic, the kind a bank might give away. I click it open and closed, the sound of tiny, sharp punctuation in the quiet. Then I see it, tucked into the very back corner of the drawer, almost hidden by the metal runner, is a sliver of white. I reach in and pull out another business card. This one is not blank. On one side, printed in a simple, elegant font, is a name, Dr. A. Feldman, and below it, a phone number with a familiar area code. I turn the card over. On the back, in her handwriting, are two words. The ink is smudged, as if written in a hurry. The oak. The numbers, the date she planted the oak, the code for the gate. I drop the pen. It clatters onto the counter. The certainty of it hits me with the force of a physical blow. She wasn't just telling me a quaint story about a tree. She was giving me the combination. She was ensuring I could always get in long after she was gone. I was just too blind to see the pattern when it mattered. From outside, the sound of a car engine breaks the stillness. It is not approaching. It is idling, a low, patient rumble from just beyond the gate. I walked to the front window, keeping to the side, and peered through the gap in the curtains. A black SUV was parked on the road, its front grille facing the house. The windows were tinted, opaque. I could not see who was inside or how many. The engine idled, a steady, waiting sound. My own car was parked a half-mile down the lane, hidden in a turnout. I had wanted the approach on foot, the time to observe. Now it felt like a trap I had set for myself. The SUV did not move. It simply sat there, a silent declaration. They knew I was here. The phone call had been a verification, a confirmation of presence. The package. Was I the package, or was I here to receive it? The questions were a swarm in my head. I moved away from the window and back into the kitchen. My eyes went to the keypad by the front door, the one I had used to disarm the security system when I arrived. The system had beeped once, a green light flashing, accepting the code she had indirectly given me. The oak, it had worked. I had walked into her empty house without an alarm screaming into the silence. I looked at the business card in my hand, Dr. A. Feldman. The area code was local. I pulled the new anonymous phone toward me and started to dial the number. My finger hovered over the last digit. The idling engine outside was a clock ticking down. I pressed the final number and lifted the receiver to my ear. It rang once, twice. On the third ring, a click, and then an automated female voice. The number you have dialed is no longer in service. Please check the number and try again. The message repeated itself, calm and infuriating. I lowered the phone. Another dead end. Another piece of the puzzle that had been deliberately voided. The idling outside stopped. The sudden silence was more alarming than the noise had been. I crept back to the window. The driver's side door of the SUV was open. A man in a dark suit stood beside it, his back to me, looking toward the gate. He was speaking into a phone. He was tall, with a rigid posture that suggested either military or corporate enforcement. He finished his call and slipped the phone into his pocket. Then he did something I did not expect. He turned and faced the house directly. He couldn't see me, I was sure of it, but he looked right at my window. He raised a hand, not in a wave, but a single, deliberate, open-palmed gesture, a signal. Then he got back into the SUV. The engine did not restart. Instead, the vehicle began to roll forward slowly, silently, coasting away from the curb and down the lane until it was out of sight. My heart was a frantic drum against my ribs. The gesture, it was not a threat. It was an acknowledgement, a recognition. He knew I was watching, and he was telling me he knew. I had to get out of the house. The feeling was primal, a sudden certainty that the walls were no longer a shelter but a container. I shoved the business card into my pocket and moved toward the back door. It led out to a stone patio, overgrown with weeds pushing through the cracks. The tall grass was gone, cut down to a neat suburban stubble, but the oak tree remained, a giant sentinel at the edge of the property. Its leaves were just beginning to turn, hints of gold and russet against the deep green. I walked toward it, my shoes crunching on the gravel path. The ground at the base of the tree was disturbed, not obviously, but to an eye looking for patterns it was clear. The earth was slightly mounded, fresher and darker than the surrounding soil. Someone had dug here and recently. I knelt, my knees pressing into the damp soil. I didn't have a tool, so I used my hands, scraping away the loose dirt. My fingers brushed against something solid and smooth. It was not a root. I dug faster, the soil packing under my nails. It was a metal box about the size of a large book, sealed with a simple, sturdy latch. It was not locked. I wiped the dirt from the lid and opened it. Inside, nestled on a bed of folded cloth, was a small black data drive, and beneath that, a single folded piece of paper. I unfolded it. It was a handwritten note, her handwriting but rushed, the letters slanting wildly. If you are reading this, you found the tree, and they found me. Don't trust the phone, don't trust the silence. The light is wrong, the package is the truth. Keep it from them. There was no signature, just a single, smudged initial at the bottom that might have been an R. I closed my fingers around the cold, hard drive. The package, this was it. The truth she had worried would be lost. The idling SUV, the man's gesture, the disconnected number, it all pointed to one thing. They were not here for me. They were here for this. And they were waiting to see what I would do with it. I stood up, the drive clenched in my fist, the note crumpling in my other hand. The air felt thin, charged. They were waiting, but where? I scanned the tree line, the empty road, the two-clane windows of the neighboring houses. Nothing moved. I had to assume my car was compromised. they would have found it. Walking back down the lane was an invitation. The house was a trap. My options were collapsing one by one. Then I remembered the old footpath. It started behind the oak tree, a barely visible track she used to walk for solitude, cutting through the woods to eventually meet a rural road 2 miles east. It was overgrown, unlikely to be monitored. It was the only way. I shoved the note into the metal box and buried it again, smoothing the dirt with my hands. The drive went into the deepest pocket of my jeans. I moved quickly, keeping low, using the tree line for cover until I found the faint opening in the undergrowth. The path was narrower than I remembered, branches clawing at my clothes. I didn't look back. The only sound was my own breathing and the crunch of my footsteps on fallen leaves. My mind raced, trying to assemble the fragments. Dr. Feldman, the blank cards, the warm hood, the package, a truth worth all this. After 20 minutes of hard walking, I broke through the tree line onto a gravel road. I was disoriented for a moment, then recognized the old Miller farm to my left. I was farther east than I'd intended, but I was out. A beat-up pickup truck was parked near the farm's gate, its engine ticking as it cooled. An old man in overalls was heaving a feed bag into the bed. I approached slowly, trying to look calm, normal. "Excuse me," I said, my voice rough. "My car broke down back on the main road. Any chance I could get a lift into town? I can pay." The man eyed me, taking in my dirty hands and rumpled clothes. He spat a stream of tobacco juice into the dust. "Ain't a taxi," he grunted. "I just need to get to a payphone or a bus station." I pulled out my wallet, showed him a 20. He looked from the money to my face, his eyes narrowed. "Bus station's 10 miles, get in." He jerked his head toward the passenger side. The truck smelled of hay and gasoline. He didn't speak as we rumbled down the road, the suspension groaning with every pothole. I watched the fields roll by, my hand in my pocket, my fingers wrapped around the cold, hard shape of the drive. The package. We were a mile from the outskirts of town when he finally spoke, his eyes fixed on the road ahead. "You ain't the first one I've picked up walking out of those woods this week." He glanced at me, his expression unreadable. Other fellow was dressed a lot nicer, though, suit and tie. Asked a lot of questions about who else lived back in there. My blood went cold. "What did you tell him?" The old man shrugged, told him I tend my own business. He turned onto the main road, the bus station coming into view in the distance, but he paid better than you. He pulled over before we reached the station. "This is far enough for $10. I got out, the 20 still in my hand. He didn't take it. He just put the truck in gear and pulled away, leaving me standing on the gravel shoulder. I watched him go, then turned toward the bus station. It was a small, dusty building with a single bench outside. Sitting on that bench, waiting for a bus to anywhere, was the man from the SUV. He still wore the dark suit. He looked up as I approached, his expression neutral. He didn't seem surprised to see me. He gestured to the empty space on the bench beside him. "I believe you have something that belongs to my employer," he said, his voice quiet, almost conversational. "Let's not make this any more difficult than it has to be." I stood frozen, the distance between us feeling both vast and insignificant. The drive in my pocket was a heavy, accusing weight. He hadn't made a move, hadn't threatened. He simply sat, waiting for my decision. The bus station was deserted. No one else was coming. My mind, always searching for the pattern, finally found one. It wasn't in the blank cards or the warm hood. It was in her words. You see patterns in everything. And his just now, my employer, not us, not we. A hierarchy, an organization. I didn't sit. I took a step closer, close enough to see the fine weave of his suit, the calm certainty in his eyes. "Who is Dr. Feldman?" I asked. My voice was steadier than I expected. A flicker of something surprise, respect crossed his face before it returned to its neutral state. "A contractor. His services are no longer required." "And the cars, the ones at the house?" "Assets retrieved." "The woman who lived there, where is she?" He looked at me for a long moment, as if weighing the cost of an answer. "She made a choice. She stepped out of the light and into the shadows. Most people get lost there." The metaphor was deliberate if the light is wrong. She hadn't been talking about photography or the time of day. She was talking about exposure, about being seen by the wrong people. I slowly reached into my pocket. His posture didn't change, but I saw the minute tightening of the muscles around his eyes. My fingers closed not around the drive, but around the $20 bill. I held it out. "For your silence," I said, repeating the old man's gesture from the truck. He looked at the bill, then back at me. He didn't smile, but the corner of his mouth twitched. He made no move to take it. "The bus to Carrington leaves in 6 minutes," he said, his gaze shifting to a point over my shoulder. "It's a long ride, plenty of time to think." He was giving me an out, a window. It was a test, of course, a final assessment of what I would do with the package, with the truth. He stood up, brushed a non-existent speck of dust from his trousers, and walked away without another word. He didn't look back. I stood there, the 20 still clutched in my hand, listening to the sound of his car pulling away. The silence that followed was different from the one in the house. This was a waiting silence, a purposeful one. The bus creaked to a stop in front of me, its doors hissing open. The driver looked down, bored. I climbed the steps, paid my fare, and took a seat by a window in the back. As the bus pulled onto the highway, I finally let my hand close around the data drive. I didn't have a laptop, I didn't know what was on it, but I knew with a certainty that settled deep in my bones that looking at it would be the point of no return. It would define the pattern. It would tell me if she was a victim, a conspirator, or a hero, and it would tell me what I had to become next. The bus rumbled on, carrying me and the package away from the whispering grass and the warm hood, into a future she had seen coming long before I did. The light was wrong, and I was now deep in the shadows with her. The bus seat was hard and smelled of stale disinfectant. I watched the familiar landscape blur past, the places we had driven together on weekends, now rendered alien and menacing. Every ordinary car on the road felt like a potential tale. Every glance from another passenger felt like surveillance. The drive was a cold, hard rectangle in my palm. I needed a computer, a safe one. A public library was my first, shaky thought, but they would expect that. They would be monitoring networks, watching for the digital fingerprint of this specific data. The man at the bus station had let me go. Why? Because the package was useless without a key, because it was a tracking device itself, or because he believed I would lead them to a bigger prize. I was a loose thread, and they were waiting to see what I unraveled. I got off the bus 2 towns later in a place I didn't know, a main street lined with struggling small businesses. I found a cheap motel a few blocks from the bus depot, the kind that took cash and asked no questions. The room was damp and the floral wallpaper was peeling at the seams, but the lock on the door felt solid. I sat on the edge of the stiff bed, the drive on the nightstand beside me. I had nothing to read it with. My own laptop was back at my apartment, which felt like a continent away and was undoubtedly being watched. I needed to buy a burner, a cheap machine with no connection to my life. But first, I needed to understand what I was dealing with. I picked up the drive again, turning it over in my hands. It was a standard USB-C, no brand name, no identifying marks. It could have been bought anywhere. My fingers traced the seam. There was a slight give, a tiny imperfection. I took my house key from my pocket and carefully worked the tip into the edge. The plastic casing popped open with a quiet snap. Inside, nestled next to the actual memory chip, was a small, folded square of paper. My breath caught. I unfolded it with trembling fingers. It was a string of 12 seemingly random characters, a mix of letters and numbers. Below it, she had written a web address. It was not a com or org. It was an onion link, an address on the Tor network. This changed everything. The data on the drive was likely encrypted, and this was the key. The onion address was a destination, a place to upload it or make contact. She hadn't just hidden the truth, she had built a whole clandestine delivery system for it. A soft knock at the door froze the blood in my veins. It wasn't loud or demanding. It was polite, almost tentative. I shoved the drive and the paper back into my pocket and stood up, my heart hammering against my ribs. I didn't make a sound. The knock came again, a little firmer this time. Management, a voice called out, muffled by the door. Just checking the AC unit for the winter. We have to drain the lines. It was a plausible reason. It was also the only reason anyone should be at my door. I crept forward and put my eye to the peephole. A man in a gray maintenance uniform stood there, a toolbox in his hand. He looked bored, staring off down the walkway. Something was wrong, the timing, the specificity. He hadn't tried any other doors. I backed away from the door, my eyes scanning the room for another way out. There was only the window. I slid it open as quietly as I could, the old frame protesting with a faint squeal. It looked out onto a narrow alley filled with dumpsters. From the other side of the door, the sound of the lock turning, not a key, but the distinct, sharp scrape of a lockpick. The knob began to twist. I didn't hesitate. I swung my legs over the sill and dropped the short distance to the asphalt below, landing hard and stumbling into a crouch. I heard the motel room door open behind me. I didn't look back. I ran, cutting through the alley, the key to a truth I didn't yet understand burning a hole in my pocket, and the footsteps of my pursuers just a breath behind. The alley was a dead end. My heart slammed against my ribs as I skidded to a halt, my hands scraping against the rough brick of the wall that blocked my path. The dumpsters offered no cover, just the stench of rotting garbage. The footsteps behind me were methodical, unhurried. They knew I was trapped. I turned, pressing my back against the cold brick. The man in the maintenance uniform was gone. In his place were two figures in dark, casual clothes. They moved with a fluid, economical grace that was far more threatening than the suit at the bus station. These were the hands, not the face, of the operation. The taller one, a woman with her hair pulled back in a severe bun, spoke. Her voice was flat, devoid of emotion. The package, now, this is your last chance to do this the easy way. My mind, reeling, latched onto a single, desperate detail. The bus station. The man in the suit had let me go. He had given me a window. These people were not here with his blessing. They were a different faction. They weren't testing me. They were cleaning up a mess. I held up my empty hands. I don't have it. The second one, a broad-shouldered man, took a step forward. We know you opened the casing. We know about the key. The drive is useless to you. Give it to us and you walk away. He was lying. If the drive was useless, they wouldn't be here. The key and the onion address made it dangerous. It made it a message that could be sent. The woman's eyes flickered to a point over my shoulder. I risked a glance back. A service ladder, rusted and ancient, was bolted to the wall, leading up to the roof. It was just out of reach. "It's over," the woman said, her tone final. She took another step, her partner mirroring her movement, closing the pincer. A sudden, sharp crack echoed from the mouth of the alley. Both of them flinched, their hands going to hidden holsters. A garbage truck was idling at the alley's entrance, its compactor grinding loudly. A worker was heaving a bin into its maw, oblivious. It was the only distraction I would get. I jumped, my fingers scrambling for the bottom rung of the ladder. My left hand caught it, my shoulder screaming in protest. I hauled myself up, my feet kicking against the brick. A hand grabbed my ankle, yanking hard. I clung on, kicking backward blindly. My heel connected with something solid, and the grip loosened with a grunt of pain. I climbed, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I reached the roof and rolled over the parapet, staying low. The roof was flat, covered in gravel and forgotten HVAC units. I ran, the stones crunching under my shoes. I could hear them on the ladder behind me. I reached the far edge. The adjacent building was a few feet lower, its roof accessible by a short drop. I didn't think. I jumped, landing hard and rolling. I came up running, heading for a rooftop access door. It was locked. Trapped again, I was just moving from one box to another. I turned, ready to fight with nothing but my fists. The two pursuers were already on the neighboring roof, preparing to jump across. A new sound cut through the city, hummed the familiar, lazy rumble of the old pickup truck. It was down on the street, keeping pace with me on the roof. The old man from the farm was at the wheel. He didn't look up at me. He just drove, a slow, rolling blockade between me and my pursuers on the ground. He wasn't helping me, he was balancing a debt. He had taken their money, and now he was taking mine in the only currency that mattered here, interference. It was enough. As the two figures landed on my roof, their attention was split for a crucial second, their eyes tracking the inexplicable truck. In that moment, I saw my chance. A fire escape ladder was bolted to the side of the building, its bottom rung dangling just above a dumpster. I swung my legs over the edge, slid down the rough brick, and dropped onto the metal lid with a deafening clang. I hit the ground running and didn't stop. I didn't look back for the truck or the pursuers. I just ran, turning corners at random, until my lungs burned and my legs gave way in the sheltered doorway of a closed laundromat. I was alone, I was free for now, but I understood the new rules. The man in the suit was playing a long game, the others were playing for keeps, and I was the piece they were both moving across the board. The package in my pocket was no longer just a truth. It was my only leverage. I had to decrypt it. I had to find the onion site, and I had to do it before the next knock on the door proved to be the final one. I sat in the laundromat doorway until my breathing slowed and the sharp pain in my side faded to a dull ache. The key and the drive felt like they were burning through the fabric of my pocket. I needed to get off the street. I needed a computer. A glow came from the end of the block, a neon sign for a 24-hour internet cafe. It was a risk, a blatant one, but it was also a place with public machines, a transient digital footprint, and likely no cameras worth a damn. It was the best I had. I pushed through the smudged glass door into a room that smelled of stale coffee and overheated electronics. A bored teenager with headphones on nodded at me from behind a counter. I paid cash for an hour at a terminal in the back corner, tucked away from the window. The computer was an old model, its fan whirring loudly. My hands were shaking as I inserted the drive. A single folder appeared on the screen named Final Exposure. Inside was one file encrypted with an eyes extension. It was asking for a password. I typed in the 12-character string from the slip of paper. For a heart-stopping second, nothing happened. Then a progress bar appeared, filling slowly. The file decrypted, revealing a collection of documents and a single video file. I opened the first document. It was a list of names, dates, and account numbers. The sums were astronomical. The second document was a series of internal memos from a corporation called Ethelred Holdings. The subject was Project Chimera. The language was dry corporate, but the intent was clear. It detailed the systematic acquisition and weaponization of personal data on a global scale, a system designed to predict and manipulate human behavior on an unprecedented level. It wasn't just about selling ads. It was about shaping elections, destabilizing economies, creating and resolving conflicts for profit. Dr. Feldman's name was there. He was the architect. The woman, Alara, had been his project manager. She had discovered the final phase of the project, the one not mentioned in the memos, the elimination of statistical outliers, people whose unpredictable nature made them a risk to the system's models. The final document was a termination order. It listed Alara's name, her address, and a single chilling word: sanctioned. I highlighted the Onion address and opened the Tor browser the cafe provided. The connection was slow, the anonymous network routing my signal through layers of encryption. The page loaded, a stark, simple interface, a text box and an upload button. The title at the top read, The Chimera Dossier. This was the dead drop. This was where the truth was meant to be sent. A shadow fell over my screen. I hadn't heard anyone approach. The teenager from the counter was standing beside my booth, but his bored expression was gone. His eyes were hard, his posture taut. "He's here," the kid said into a small mic on his collar. Then he looked at me. "You need to leave now, out the back." He wasn't one of them. He was a lookout for who. I didn't argue. I yanked the drive from the computer, shoved it deep into my pocket, and followed him through a beaded curtain into a grimy kitchen, then out a metal door into another alley. A car was waiting, its engine running. The passenger door swung open. "Get in," a voice said. It was the man from the bus station. I stood there torn, the alleyway suddenly feeling like a canyon with no safe side. "You have 5 seconds before the other team secures the block," he said, his voice still calm, but with an edge of urgency now. "They are not here for a conversation. Get in, or this ends here." The decision was no decision at all. I slid into the passenger seat. The car pulled away smoothly, merging into the late-night traffic as if it had been there all along. He drove in silence for several minutes, his eyes constantly checking the mirrors. "Did you look at it?" he finally asked. "Well, yes, and it's monstrous." He nodded as if I had confirmed something he already knew. "My name is Alistair. I was Alara's control, her handler." "You're not with Ethelred." "I am a senior director of internal security for Ethelred," he said, and the admission sent a fresh chill down my spine. "My department is tasked with protecting the company from external and internal threats. Project Chimera in its current form is the single greatest threat the company has ever faced. It must be sterilized." "So you're cleaning house?" "I am saving the company from a cancer." Alara was trying to expose it. Our goals for a time were aligned. Then she went off-grid. She hid the final proof from me, too. She didn't trust anyone. She was right not to. He pulled the car over in a quiet, residential neighborhood. He turned to look at me, his face grim in the dashboard lights. "The team hunting you is led by a man named Voss. He reports directly to the board members who oversee Chimera. They believe the data is a business asset. They will burn this city down to get it back. I cannot protect you from them." "Then why are you here?" I asked. "To make you an offer. Give me the drive. I will use it to excise the cancer from within. You will disappear. I will provide you with new identification, funds. You can have your life back." I thought of Alara, her choice to step into the shadows. I thought of the termination order. This man, Alistair, was part of the machine that had killed her. He was just a different part. "You'll bury it," I said. "You'll protect the company." "I will protect the world from the worst of it. It's the only realistic outcome." I looked out the window at the quiet, sleeping houses. A normal life, safety. It was everything I wanted, and it was a lie. He couldn't protect me because the cancer was the company itself. Giving him the drive would just make me another loose end to be tidied up later. I had the key, I had the destination, I had the truth. I reached into my pocket, my fingers closing around the data drive. Then I opened the car door and stepped out into the cool night air. "Where do you think you're going?" Alistair asked, his calm finally cracking. "To finish what she started," I said. I slammed the door and started walking. I didn't run. I heard his car sit there for a long moment, and then the sound of the engine fading as he drove away. He was cutting his losses. I was no longer an asset. I was a liability. I walked until I found another internet cafe in a different part of the city. I paid my cash. I opened the Tor browser. I inserted the drive, and with a calm I didn't know I possessed, I began to upload the entire contents of the final exposure folder to the Onion address. I was sending the truth into the heart of the darkness from which it came, for whoever was meant to find it. The progress bar filled 1 slow % at a time. There was no going back now. The package was being delivered, the upload finished with a quiet final click. I pulled the drive from the port, its weight now meaningless. The data was gone, cast into the digital abyss. A profound emptiness washed over me, followed by a spike of raw fear. What had I done? I had just declared war on a shadow, an enemy I could not see. I left the cafe, the pre-dawn air biting at my skin. The city was at its quietest, the stillness feeling less like peace and more like a held breath. I needed to move, to keep walking until I figured out my next step. The Onion site was a one-way door. I had no way to know who, if anyone, was on the other side. I had no confirmation, no instructions. I was alone again, but now I was a target who had just fired the first shot. A black sedan slid up to the curb beside me, its window rolling down silently. It wasn't Alistair. The man inside was younger, with a sharp, cruel mouth and cold eyes. Voss. He didn't speak, he simply raised a tablet. On the screen was a live news feed. The ticker at the bottom read, "Breaking. Major data leak implicates global corporation." A shaky cell phone video showed protesters already gathering outside an Ethelred office building in another city. It was happening, faster than I could have imagined. Voss lowered the tablet. His voice was a low, venomous whisper. "You have no idea what you've started." He raised his other hand. And it was a small, black pistol, its barrel a dark eye staring at me from the shadows of the car. There was no one else on the street. The engine revved, ready to pull away after the deed was done. A delivery truck turned the corner at the end of the block, its headlights sweeping across us. It didn't slow down. It accelerated, engine roaring, and slammed directly into the side of the sedan. The impact was deafening, a scream of tearing metal and shattering glass. The sedan was thrown sideways, crashing into a lamppost. The driver's side was completely crushed. I stood frozen, my ears ringing, watching as the delivery truck reversed with a jerk, then sped away down a side street. I stumbled backward, my heart a frantic drum in my chest. The delivery truck hadn't had any markings. It was just a plain, white box truck. An accident, a rival, or had Alistair decided I was still a useful piece after all, a spark to ignite the fire he needed to cleanse his company? Sirens began to wail in the distance, growing closer. I couldn't be here when they arrived. I turned and ran, not looking back at the wreckage. The game had changed again. The truth was out. I was no longer just a courier or a loose end. I was the catalyst, and in the chaos I had unleashed, maybe, just maybe, I could find a way to disappear for good. The sirens were close now, their wails slicing through the morning air. I cut through a small park, my shoes sinking into the damp grass. My mind was a whirlwind of broken glass and a cold, black pistol barrel. That truck was no accident. It was an intervention. Someone had just saved my life to keep the chaos alive. I was a spark, and they needed me to keep burning. I emerged from the park onto a bustling early morning street. Commuters streamed out of a subway station, their faces blank with the resignation of another day. I fell into step with them, letting the crowd swallow me. I needed to see it. I needed to know what I had done. I found a newsstand, its racks filled with papers. The headline on one of the major dailies was already different. AETHRD data breach, WHISTLEBLOWER dead in apparent accident. Below the headline was a grainy, outdated photo of Dr. Feldman. My blood ran cold. They were moving fast, tying up narratives, closing stories. I bought a paper with the last of my change and stepped into a doorway to read. The article was brief, citing unnamed sources who claimed the leak was the work of a disgruntled former employee, now deceased. There was no mention of Alara, no mention of me. The story was being contained, sanitized. The truth was out, but they were building a cage around it. A hand touched my elbow. I flinched, ready to run or fight. It was an old woman, her eyes wide with concern. "Are you all right, dear? You look like you've seen a ghost." I tried to form words, but nothing came out. I just shook my head and pushed past her, melting back into the crowd. Her kindness felt like a weapon. This was the world I had just thrown into turmoil. These were the people whose lives were about to be reshaped by the invisible machinery I had exposed. My stomach growled, a sharp reminder of a basic need I had ignored for too long. I ducked into a small, greasy spoon diner, sliding into a cracked vinyl booth in the back. I ordered coffee and eggs, my eyes fixed on the small television mounted behind the counter. It was tuned to a financial news network. The ticker at the bottom showed Ethelred's stock price plummeting. A panel of pundits was arguing, their voices a frantic buzz. One of them, a woman with a severe haircut, was pounding the table. "This isn't just a data leak. This is a blueprint for global subversion. The protocols described in these documents are already active. This isn't about the past, it's about the present." The man next to her scoffed. "Unverified documents from an anonymous source. This is cyber anarchy, not journalism." I looked down at my hands resting on the sticky table. They were still shaking. The waitress brought my food, giving me a wary look. I must have looked as shattered as I felt. As I forced down a bite of egg, a man slid into the booth opposite me. He wasn't Alistair or Voss. He was young, dressed in jeans and a hoodie, with a sharp, intelligent face. He placed a cheap burner phone on the table between us. "It's done," he said, his voice low. "The first wave is propagating. The mirrors are live. They can't scrub it." I stared at him. "Who are you?" "A friend of Alara's. She had contingencies. We're the fallback. The site you uploaded to was a trigger. It distributed the data to a dozen affiliate groups. We're the ones who made sure it hit the news wires." He nodded toward the TV. "We've been waiting for the key." "So it's over." He gave a grim, humorless smile. It's just beginning. The genie's out of the bottle, but the people who built the bottle are still in charge. They'll adapt, they'll rebrand, they'll find a new way to build their cage. He pushed the burner phone toward me. This is a direct line, encrypted. The only one who has the number is me. You've done your part, more than your part. Now you need to vanish, really vanish. And if I don't, then you'll end up like Feldman, a footnote in a corrected story. He stood up, his eyes scanning the diner. The choice is yours, but choose quickly. They're not just looking for you anymore. They're looking for anyone who helped you. That truck driver this morning, he was one of ours. He won't be making any more deliveries. He walked away, leaving the phone on the table. I looked from the phone to the TV where the pundits were still shouting. I had wanted to be free. I had wanted my life back, but my old life was gone, erased the moment I took that package. This new world, the one I had helped create, was a wilderness, and I was standing alone at its edge with a choice to make. I picked up the phone. It felt heavy, final. I slipped it into my pocket, left cash on the table for the food, and walked out the door, turning my back on the commuters and the news and the ghost of the person I used to be. I started walking east, toward the rising sun, with no destination in mind, just a direction. It was a start. Story 5. The motion sensor didn't light up. I walked down the path, my shoes scuffing against the pavement, but the sound was swallowed by the stillness. The front door was unlocked, swinging inward without a groan. Inside, the air felt thick and unresisting, as if the room had been holding its breath. I ran a hand along the wall, and the texture was smooth and cool, like polished stone instead of wallpaper. When I glanced at the mirror, my image was there, but the eyes were closed, and I couldn't remember shutting them. That feeling is with me now, a cold stone in my gut. It is the same cold I felt later, holding the telephone, the plastic shell icy against my ear. The dial tone was a flat, dead hum, a sound from a hollow place. I had just been speaking, my words tumbling out in a frantic rush, but the line had gone silent mid-sentence. Not a click, not a goodbye, just a sudden, absolute void. I stood there for a long time, listening to that nothing, the cold from the receiver seeping into my cheekbone. Before the call, there was the kitchen. The kettle was whistling, a high, thin shriek that seemed to fray the edges of the air. Steam clouded the window above the sink, obscuring the backyard. I remember a single bright yellow toy was lying in the center of the lawn, beaded with moisture. It was a cheerful primary color, a stark, wrong note in the muted greens and grays. I never asked about the toy. I never mentioned it. I poured the boiling water into a mug and watched the tea leaves swirl like sediment kicked up from a deep, dark bottom. The memory of the mirror is sharper, my reflection with its closed eyes. It has a detail that feels like a splinter in my mind. I try to force the memory to change, to make my eyes be open, wide with surprise or fear, but they remain stubbornly shut. A placid, sleeping face in a house that was all wrong. Was that before or after I found the book? The book. Its cover was a worn, navy blue cloth, the title embossed in gold that had mostly flaked away. It was on the coffee table, laid square in the center, as if placed with great care. I had never seen it before. When I opened it, the pages were filled with dense, looping handwriting, but the ink was a strange, brownish color. The words made no sense. They were in no language I recognized, yet the shapes of the letters were familiar, teasing the edge of comprehension. I traced a line with my finger, and a faint, coppery smell rose from the page. The smell comes back to me sometimes, unbidden. It mixes with the scent of rain on hot asphalt, a memory from the drive over. The road had been steaming, the world washed clean and new. I had rolled the window down, breathing in that fresh, wet earth smell, feeling a rare, fleeting peace. That peace feels like a betrayal now, a lie I told myself because I was driving to that house. I was walking up that path. The motion sensor didn't light up. There was a sound in the house, not a loud one. A soft, rhythmic rustling like pages turning. I followed it, my feet silent on the thick carpet. The sound led me to a bedroom door which was slightly ajar. I pushed it open. The room was empty, perfectly, utterly empty. No furniture, no curtains, just a bare mattress on the floor, and on the mattress a single white feather. The rustling had stopped the moment I entered. The air in that room was the coldest of all, a deep, stored chill. I picked up the feather. It was impossibly soft, and as I held it, a wave of dizziness passed over me, a sensation of falling upward. I think about the order of things. Did I find the book before I heard the rustling? Did I make the call before or after I saw the closed eyes in the mirror? The sequence is a tangled knot I cannot unpick. Each time I try, the memories shift, rearranging themselves into a new, equally impossible pattern. The cold feeling in my gut tightens. It is a ball of tangled yarn, each thread a different event, and if I pull the wrong one, the whole thing will collapse into a meaningless heap. I recall a smile, a slow, gentle smile that didn't reach the eyes. The eyes were watchful, calculating the distance between us. We were sitting across from each other at a small table. A cup of coffee sat between us untouched, growing a thin skin on its surface. The conversation was pleasant, mundane, about the weather, about a television show. But underneath the words there was a current, a hum of something unspoken. I remember focusing on a tiny chip in the rim of the coffee cup, a flaw in the perfect white ceramic. A focus point to keep from drowning in that placid, smiling silence. The telephone call, my voice high and tight, I'm here, I'm inside, something is wrong. And then the voice on the other end calm, so terribly calm. What did you expect to find? And then the silence, the dead hum. I had expected the motion sensor light. I had expected the door to be locked. I had expected my own eyes to be open in the mirror. My expectations were a house of cards, and they had collapsed one by one. Now the only thing that feels real is this pervasive cold. It's in my hands as I type this. It's in the back of my throat when I breathe. It is the memory of the smooth, stone-like wall and the unresisting air. It is the certainty that I missed a step, a crucial piece of information that was right in front of me. The yellow toy in the grass, the brown ink in the book, the white feather on the mattress. These are clues, but to what crime I cannot say. There was no body, there was no struggle. Just a profound and absolute wrongness, a melody played in a discordant key. The final memory is not an event, but an image burned onto the back of my eyelids. After I left the house, after the phone call, after everything, I sat in my car at the end of the street. I looked back, and in an upstairs window a curtain twitched, not a dramatic pull, just a slight, almost imperceptible movement. And for a single, heart-stopping second, I saw a face. It was my own face, pale and indistinct, but the eyes were wide open, staring back at me with an expression of pure, unadulterated terror. Then the curtain fell back into place, and the house was just a house again, silent and dark under the motionless sky. I don't know which one of us was in the house and which one was in the car. I don't know who was making the call and who was listening to the silence. The cold in my gut is the only truth I have left, and it tells me that I never really left that room, that I am still there, running my hand along a wall that feels like stone, waiting for my reflection to finally open its eyes. The car engine turned over with a sound that was too loud, a vulgar noise in the quiet of the street. I drove without any sense of direction, just following the lines of the road as they blurred under the headlights. The streetlights passed overhead, each one casting a brief, sickly yellow glow that did nothing to warm the cold inside the car. My hands were clenched on the steering wheel, the knuckles white. I kept checking the rearview mirror, expecting to see my own terrified eyes staring back from the back seat, but there was only darkness. I found myself parked outside my own apartment building. The familiar brick facade looked alien, the windows of other units holding a flat, black opacity. Getting out of the car took a physical effort, like pushing against a current. The air outside was mild, but it felt like walking through water. Inside my apartment, the silence was different from the house's silence. This was a normal silence, the kind filled with the faint hum of a refrigerator and the distant traffic sounds from the avenue. It should have been a comfort. It was not. I went to the sink and splashed water on my face. The water was cool, but it didn't cut through the chill in my skin. I looked up into the mirror above the basin. My own eyes looked back at me, tired and shadowed, but they were open. They were mine. I leaned closer, searching for any sign of that placid sleep, that other self. A droplet of water traced a path from my temple down my cheek, and for a second I saw not my own face, but the pale, terrified one from the upstairs window. I blinked and it was gone. I needed to write it down, to pin the events to the page before they could shift again. That's when I started typing, the clack of the keys, a desperate attempt to create a fixed record. But the words felt inadequate, mere approximations of the sensations. The cold, the silence, the wrongness, they were seeping through the sentences, untamed. When I finished typing, the cold was worse. It had settled deep in my bones. I got up to make tea, a stupid, automatic gesture toward normalcy. I filled the kettle and set it on the stove. The blue flame hissed to life. I stared at it, mesmerized by its simple, hungry reality. Then the whistle began, a low steam that built into a high, piercing shriek. It was the same sound from the house, the one that had frayed the air. My heart hammered against my ribs. I snatched the kettle off the burner, my hand trembling, and the whistle died into a gurgle. I poured the water into a mug and watched the steam rise. It clouded the dark window above my sink. Through the haze, I saw something in the alleyway below, a shape, a flicker of movement. I wiped the glass with my sleeve, my breath catching. There was nothing there, just a dumpster and a puddle shimmering under a security light. But the feeling of being watched was so intense it was a physical pressure. I left the tea on the counter and went back to my desk. The computer screen was dark. I must have closed the document. I tapped the mouse to wake it up. The screen glowed to life, but it wasn't my desktop that appeared. It was a blank page, and in the center, a single sentence was typed in a small, plain font. You left something behind. The cold in my gut solidified into a sharp, crystalline dread. I had not typed those words. I looked at my hands resting on the keyboard. They were still. The room was still, and then from the bedroom down the hall I heard it. A soft, rhythmic rustling like pages turning. My breath stopped in my throat. The sound was unmistakable, a dry, whispery friction that was both soft and impossibly loud in the silence of my own home. It was the same sound from the empty bedroom in that house. I sat frozen, my hands still on the keyboard, the words on the screen burning into my vision. You left something behind. The rustling did not stop. It was a patient, measured sound, each turn of the page a deliberate act. It was coming from my bedroom. I had not been in there since I returned. The door was closed. I always close it. A habit. Slowly, carefully, I pushed my chair back. The legs scraped against the floorboards with a screech that made me flinch. The rustling paused for a single, heart-thudding second, then resumed its steady rhythm. I stood up, my legs feeling weak and foreign. I took a step toward the hallway, then another. The floor seemed to tilt under my feet, that sensation of falling upward returning in a sickening wave. The hallway was dark. I had not turned on the light. I could see a thin line of yellow light under my bedroom door. I never leave the light on. I approached the door, each step a monumental effort. The rustling was clearer now, a crisp, papery sound from just beyond the wood. I reached out a trembling hand, my fingers hovering just above the cool metal of the doorknob. What would I find? The empty room, the mattress, the feather. I turned the knob and pushed the door open. The room was as I had left it. The bed was made, the clothes put away. The lamp on my nightstand was on, casting a warm, ordinary glow. And there on my pillow lay the book, the navy blue cloth cover, the flaked gold title. It was open, and the pages lay flat as if someone had just been reading it. The rustling had stopped the moment the door opened. I stood in the doorway, unable to cross the threshold. The air in the bedroom was warm, normal, but the presence of the book made it feel like a violation. It was here, in my home, on my pillow. I looked from the book to my own hands, half expecting to see traces of that brownish ink on my fingertips. You left something behind. I had not taken the book, I was sure of it. I had only touched it once, tracing a line of that incomprehensible script. I had left it on the coffee table in that silent, wrong house, but here it was. I took a step into the room, my eyes fixed on the open pages. The handwriting sprawled across them, the loops and whorls seeming to shift slightly in the lamplight. The coppery smell was faint but distinct, cutting through the familiar scent of my own laundry detergent. I had to close it. I had to get it out of my home. I leaned over the bed, my shadow falling across the page. My own face looked back at me from the small, round mirror on the wall opposite the bed. My eyes were wide, my face pale. I saw the fear I felt. It was a small comfort. That, at least, was my own reflection. I reached for the book, my fingers inches from the thick, aged paper. As I did, my eyes caught a phrase on the open page. The script was still alien, a language of nonsense, but this one sequence of shapes suddenly resolved into perfect, chilling clarity. It was my name, and right below it, another phrase snapped into focus, written in the same brown ink. Come back, it said. We are waiting for you to finish the story. I pulled my hand back as if the paper were white-hot. My name. Those words, they hung in the quiet air of my bedroom, more real and solid than the furniture around me. The coppery smell strengthened, filling my nostrils with the scent of old pennies and something else, something metallic and vital. We are waiting for you to finish the story. A violent shudder ran through me. I stumbled back from the bed, my legs hitting the edge of the doorway. I had to get out. I turned and ran down the hall, through the living room, not stopping to grab a coat or my keys. I yanked open the apartment door and fled into the corridor, the sound of my own frantic footsteps echoing in the stairwell. The night air outside was no longer mild. It had a bite to it, a damp chill that seeped through my thin shirt. I walked without purpose, my arms wrapped around myself, my mind a screaming static. They were waiting. Who were they? The thought of my own face, the one with the closed eyes, the one with the look of terror in the window, surfaced in my mind. Was it one of them? Was I one of them? I found myself on a park bench, watching the headlights of cars trace patterns on the road. The normalcy of the scene was a mockery. Each passing person, each dog walker, each couple laughing, they were all actors on a stage I could no longer see. They were part of a world that was solid and real, while I was caught in the spaces between, in the wrongness of a house that had followed me home. The book was on my pillow. It had not been there when I left this morning. I had made the bed, smoothed the covers, I was certain. The sequence of events was collapsing again. Had I brought it with me without realizing it? Had I, in some fugue state, taken it from the coffee table and carried it back to my apartment, only to forget until now? The possibility was more frightening than an external phantom. It meant the violation came from within. A police car slowed as it passed me, its occupants scanning the park with bored professionalism. For a wild moment, I considered flagging it down. What would I say? That a book had appeared on my pillow, that my reflection was unreliable. They would see the desperation in my eyes and dismiss me as another unstable soul haunting the night. The car moved on. I had to go back. The thought was a cold, hard knot in my stomach, a conclusion I had not consciously reached, but that had been waiting for me all along. The words in the book were an invitation, a command, come back to finish the story. My story, their story, it didn't matter. The narrative was unraveling, and the only way to find the end was to return to the beginning. The walk back to my apartment was the longest of my life. Every shadow seemed to hold a watching presence. Every distant sound was the rustling of pages. When I let myself back in, the air in the apartment was thick and heavy, just like the air in that house. I walked straight to the bedroom, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. The book was still there, open to the same page. My name, the invitation. I stood over it, my entire body trembling. I would not touch it. I would not read anymore. I would burn it. The thought was a sudden, clear flare of defiance. I looked around for something to carry it in, my eyes landing on an old leather satchel slumped in the corner. As I bent to pick up the satchel, my gaze fell on the mirror again. My reflection was there, my face drawn and exhausted. But then its head tilted, a movement I did not make. A slow, gentle smile spread across its face, a smile that didn't reach its watchful, calculating eyes. It was the smile from the memory, the one over the untouched coffee. My own lips were parted in a gasp of horror. The reflection lifted its hand, the one not holding the satchel I was currently gripping, and pointed a single finger at the book on the bed. My head swiveled to follow the direction of the pointing finger. The pages of the book were moving, not from a breeze, for there was none. They were turning themselves one by one with that soft, rhythmic rustling. They turned until they reached the very end of the volume. The last page was blank, except for a single, fresh line of that brownish, looping script. The ink looked wet. I leaned closer, my breath hitching. The phrase was short, and I understood it perfectly. "It is time to write." The reflection-esque smile did not waver. It was my face, but it was a mask worn by something ancient and patient. The cold in my gut was no longer a knot, but a vast, frozen lake. I looked from the mirror to the book, to the blank page and the wet ink. It is time to write. My hand moved without my permission. It was a puppet-esque hand, its strings pulled by the chill in my bones. I found a pen on the nightstand, a cheap ballpoint I used for making shopping lists. The ordinary weight of it in my fingers felt like a blasphemy. I knelt beside the bed, the mattress dipping under my weight, bringing my face level with the open book. The coppery smell was overwhelming now, a thick fog of age and blood. What was I supposed to write? The story of the house, the story of the feather, the rustling, the face in the window. Those were just fragments, symptoms of the disease. The real story was the wrongness itself, the melody played in a discordant key. I touched the tip of the pen to the paper. The blank space seemed to suck the light from the room, a void waiting to be filled. I wrote a single word, cold. The ink from my pen was blue, a stark, modern contrast to the ancient brown script above it. As soon I finished the downward stroke of the D, the word began to change. The blue ink bled, spreading and darkening, shifting in hue until it perfectly matched the brown of the other writing. It was no longer my word, it had been absorbed. A tremor passed through the room, a subtle vibration that hummed in the floorboards and rattled the lamp on the nightstand. The light flickered. In the mirror, my reflection was still smiling, but its eyes were now closed. A profound silence descended, the kind that exists at the bottom of the sea. Then from the living room came a new sound. It was the soft, distinct click of the front door closing. I did not move. I held my breath, listening. There were no footsteps, only the settling of the floorboards in the hall, a normal sound that was now utterly terrifying. Someone was inside the apartment. Someone had let themselves in. The reflection in the mirror had its eyes closed, its expression one of serene sleep. It was a perfect replica of the memory I had tried to grasp in the house. The pen felt like a dead weight in my hand. I dropped it onto the bedspread where it left a small blue smudge that did not change color. The book lay open, my stolen word now a part of its text. I slowly rose from my knees, my joints protesting, and turned away from the mirror. I had to see. I had to know what had come home. The hallway was dark again. The line of light under my bedroom door was the only illumination. I crept to the door and pressed my ear against the cool wood. Nothing, no breathing, no movement, just that heavy, waiting silence. I reached for the doorknob, my hand shaking so badly I could barely grasp it. I turned it and pulled the door open a crack. The living room was dim, lit only by the ambient glow of the city through the blinds. My desk, my chair, my sofa, all were just dark shapes. And then I saw it, a silhouette standing by the window looking out. It was my height, my build. It wore my clothes. It was perfectly still. My throat was too dry to make a sound. I pushed the door open wider, the hinge letting out a soft sigh. The figure by the window did not turn. I took a step into the living room, then another. I could see the profile now, faintly outlined in the city light. It was my face, but it was the face from the upstairs window, pale and taut with a fear I could feel echoing in my own chest. "Who are you?" I whispered. The words were barely audible. The figure turned its head slowly. Its eyes were open, wide and staring just as they had been in the window. It looked at me through me, and its terror was a physical force in the room. It didn't speak, it simply looked, and in that look was a profound, helpless question. And then I understood. This was the one who had been in the car. This was the one who had driven away, who had typed the desperate account, who had fled to the park. This was the me who thought he had escaped. I was the one who had stayed in the house. I was the one by the window, watching myself leave. The cold was not inside me anymore. I was inside the cold. The figure by the window began to fade, not like a ghost, but like a memory. Its edges softened, its form becoming translucent. The terror in its eyes did not diminish, but it became distant, a signal from a faraway star. I watched as it dissolved into the gloom until there was nothing left but the pattern of the blinds cast upon the empty air. I was alone. I looked back toward my bedroom. The door was open, the light from the lamp spilling out. The book was still on the bed, waiting. I walked back into the room and stood over it. The reflection in the mirror was gone. The glass showed only the room behind me, empty and still. I picked up the pen from the bedspread. The blank page at the end of the book seemed deeper now, an abyss waiting for a confession. I knew what to write. I knew the story that needed finishing. It was not a story of events, but of a single, simple truth. I put the pen to the paper and began to write the first sentence of the end. The ink flowed blue, then darkened to brown. The sentence was short. I never left the house. As the ink darkened and settled, the lamp on the nightstand went out, but the room was not dark. A gray, sourceless light permeated the air, the same light from the empty bedroom. The walls of my apartment seemed to thin, becoming insubstantial as tissue paper. I could see the outlines of the other house superimposed over my own, the floral wallpaper showing through my beige paint, the warped floorboards aligning with my clean carpet. The coppery smell was everywhere now, and underneath it was the scent of dust and damp. I could feel the wrongness settling into the bones of the building, into my own bones. This was not an invasion, it was a merger. The two places were becoming one, and I was the anchor point. I looked down at the book. My sentence was now part of the text, and new words were forming beneath it, the brown ink bubbling up from the page as if the paper itself was speaking. "You are home," it wrote. The rustling began again, not from the book, but from all around me, a soft, endless turning of pages in the walls. I walked out of the bedroom, no longer my bedroom, and into the hall. The hallway was longer, the walls closer together. The front door of my apartment was gone, replaced by the heavy, dark wood door I remembered from the house. I knew what was on the other side. I reached for the knob, my hand steady now. The cold metal was familiar. I opened the door. The living room was exactly as I had left it hours before. The dust motes still danced in the gray light. The coffee table stood in the center of the room, and on it sat a single, untouched mug of coffee. The steam had long since vanished. I stepped inside and closed the door behind me. The lock clicked with a sound of finality. I sat on the sofa, the cushions sighing under my weight. I looked at the blank television screen, and my reflection was there. It was the face from the window, pale and terrified. It was my own face. I watched as it slowly closed its eyes. The rustling of the pages swelled around me, a soft, constant whisper. It was the sound of the story continuing. It was the sound of me waiting. The silence that followed was absolute. It was not an absence of sound, but a presence, a heavy blanket that smothered the world. I sat on the sofa for a long time, or what felt like a long time, watching my reflection with its closed eyes. The terror had not left, but it had changed. It was no longer a sharp, stabbing fear, but a dull, constant pressure like the deep ocean. It was the fear of being forgotten. My hand moved to the space beside me on the sofa. The fabric was rough under my fingertips. I traced the pattern, a faded floral print I knew as well as the lines on my own palm. This was my home. It had always been my home. The memory of the apartment, the city outside, the park bench, they were like pages from a book I had read long ago, vivid but unreal. A faint sound broke the stillness. It was the soft clink of a dish from the kitchen. I did not turn. I knew no one was there. The house was simply reminding me of its routines, its empty performances. I stood up, my legs stiff, and walked to the coffee table. The mug was cold to the touch. I picked it up and carried it to the kitchen, the dust swirling around my ankles with each step. The kitchen was as I remembered and as I had always known it. The sink was dry. The window over it looked out onto a perpetual gray twilight. I placed the mug in the sink and turned on the tap. No water came out. I was not surprised. I left the mug there, a prop in a play with no audience. I walked to the foot of the stairs and looked up. The darkness at the top was complete, a solid thing. The rustling started again, not from around me, but from up there. It was an invitation. My feet began to climb the stairs. Each step groaned a familiar protest, a sound I had heard 1,000 times in a life I had almost forgotten. At the top of the stairs, the hallway stretched into shadow. The door to the bedroom, the one where I had seen the face, was open. The gray light seeped from it. I walked toward it, my heart a slow, heavy drum. I paused at the threshold. The room was empty. The bed was neatly made, and on the pillow lay the feather. It was the same one, gray and small and utterly ordinary. I crossed the room and picked it up. It was weightless. As I held it, I felt a sudden sharp pull, a hook lodged deep in my mind. It was the feeling of a memory trying to surface, not a false one, but a true one, buried under layers of this quiet despair. I closed my eyes, clutching the feather. The image came not of the apartment or the city, but of a field. A wide, open field under a vast blue sky. A child's laughter, my own laughter, echoed in the air. I had been running, and the feather had floated down from somewhere, a gift from the sky. I had brought it home, a treasure. I opened my eyes. The gray room was the same. The feather in my hand was the same, but the memory was a key. It was not a memory of escape, but of a time before the house had fully claimed me. It was a piece of the story that did not belong here. The rustling in the walls grew louder, agitated. I had remembered something real. I looked at the feather, then at the empty room. The story was not finished. It could not be finished as long as I had this one true thing. I knew what I had to do. I had to write it down. I had to put the memory into the book. It would be my final sentence, the one that would either break the story or complete it in a way I could not foresee. I turned and walked out of the room, the feather held tight in my hand, a tiny, fragile weapon against the endless, waiting silence. The book was on the small writing desk in the corner of the bedroom, exactly where I had left it. It was open to the last page where my final sentence, "I never left the house," stared back at me in its permanent brown script. Below it, the words "You are home" had been added by the house itself. The blank space beneath that waited. I sat down in the wooden chair, the feather resting on the desk beside the book. I picked up the pen. It was not my cheap ballpoint, but an old fountain pen I remembered from a lifetime ago, filled with the same brownish ink. It felt correct in my hand. I did not write about the fear or the rustling or the faces. I wrote about the field. I described the feeling of the sun on my skin, a sensation I had not felt in an eternity. I wrote about the endless blue of the sky, the smell of warm grass, the sheer, unthinking joy of being a child running without a destination. I wrote about the feather drifting down, a tiny, miraculous gift from a bird I never saw. I wrote until the memory was exhausted, until every true, bright detail was captured on a page. The ink darkened, absorbing my words. For a moment, nothing happened. The rustling ceased. The house held its breath. Then the paper began to curl at the edges. A faint, golden light emanated from the words I had written, a light that was warm and clean and utterly alien to this place. The brown script of the house-S story began to smolder, the words twisting as if in pain. The light from my memory spread, consuming the page, turning the ancient paper to a fine, soft ash. The rustling became a frantic, papery shriek. The walls of the bedroom trembled. A crack appeared in the ceiling, and through it I saw not plaster and lathe, but a sliver of that impossible blue sky. The scent of dust and copper was swept away by a gust of wind that smelled of rain and earth. I stood up, the feather still in my hand. The house was unraveling around me, its narrative collapsing under the weight of a single true thing. The floorboards softened beneath my feet. The walls dissolved into a shimmering gray mist. I did not look back. I walked toward the crack of blue, toward the memory I had written down. I stepped out of the dissolving house and into the field. The grass was cool and damp under my bare feet. The air was fresh and vast. I was standing at the edge of the field, near the old oak tree where my childhood home stood in the distance. The house behind me was gone. There was only the open land and the sky. I looked at the feather in my hand. I opened my fingers and let the wind take it. It danced and spun, rising higher and higher until it was a speck against the sun, and then it was gone. I knew I would not be writing any more stories. I was finally in a place that needed no words. I took a deep breath and began to walk toward home, the real one, under the wide, silent, and forgiving sky. The walk across the field was long, and with every step the weight in my chest lessened. The gray pressure of the house was a fading nightmare. As I approached the old oak tree, its branches a familiar sprawl against the sky, I saw a figure on the porch of the distant house. It was my mother, her hand shielding her eyes as she looked out toward me. She did not wave, but simply watched as if she had been waiting for a long time. I reached the tree and placed my hand against its rough bark. It felt solid and real. I looked back the way I had come. The field stretched out, empty and peaceful. There was no sign of the other place, no lingering trace of dust or discord. It was simply a field. I turned toward the house and took a step forward. My foot sank into the soft earth, and a cold dampness seeped through my sock. I looked down. The grass where I stood was green and vibrant, but a single step ahead it was faded and gray as if touched by frost. I looked up at the porch. My mother was gone. The windows of the house were dark. A faint sound reached me, carried on the gentle breeze. It was the soft, rhythmic rustling of pages turning. I closed my eyes, but the sound did not fade. It was inside my head now, the constant, whispering companion to my thoughts. I opened my eyes and looked at my hands. They were the hands of a man, not a child. The field, the sky, the tree, they were all perfect, too perfect. They were a memory, meticulously rendered. I had not escaped the story. I had merely found a new chapter, written in my own hand. The house had not been destroyed. It had learned. It had given me exactly what I wanted, a prison so beautiful I would never want to leave. The rustling was a reminder. It was the sound of the author still writing. I stood there under the vast, silent, and unforgiving sky, and I began to laugh, a quiet, hopeless laugh that was swallowed by the endless field. The laughter died in my throat, a dry, hollow sound. I looked down at my clothes. They were the same ones I had been wearing in the apartment, a faint smell of city rain and old coffee still clinging to the fabric. This was not a memory, it was a reconstruction. The house had used my own weapon against me, turning my one true thing into the bars of a new cage. I started walking again, not toward the silent house, but away from it, across the field. The grass continued its charade of life for 100 yards, then the green began to thin, giving way to the same dull, gray turf. At the edge of the field was a low, stone wall I did not remember. I climbed over it, my hands scraping on the rough, cold rock. On the other side was not another field, but a street. It was the street where I grew up, lined with familiar houses and oak trees. A bicycle lay on its side in a lawn, but there were no people, no cars moved. The sky was still that perfect, unwavering blue, but it felt painted on, a dome placed too close to the ground. The rustling followed me, a constant, papery whisper just at the edge of hearing. I walked down the center of the empty street. My footsteps made no sound. I reached my own childhood home and pushed the front door open. The inside was a museum exhibit. The furniture was all in its right place, but it was covered in a fine layer of that same gray dust. On the kitchen table was a plate with a half-eaten peanut butter sandwich, petrified and hard as a rock. I went upstairs to my old room. On the small desk next to a model airplane was a book. It was a different book with a blue cover. I opened it. The pages were filled with a child's clumsy handwriting describing my day, my friends, my hopes. It was all there, every mundane detail. I turned to the last page. The final entry was from the day before we moved away. The writing stopped mid-sentence. I can't wait to see my new. The rest of the page was blank. I knew with a cold certainty that a pen was waiting for me in the desk drawer. I could pick it up and finish the sentence. I could write about the new house, the new room, the new friends I never made. I could fill this empty world with the story of the life I should have lived. The rustling sound seemed to line in, eager, anticipatory. I closed the blue book. I would not write it. I would not give the story the satisfaction. I left the room and walked back down the stairs and out into the silent street. I would walk to the edge of this town, and if there was an edge, I would walk beyond it. I would find a flaw in the rendering, a crack in the paint of the sky. The rustling was the sound of the author, but I was still the protagonist, and a protagonist can refuse the plot. I began to walk, a solitary figure in a perfect, silent, and terribly lonely world, the whisper of pages turning my only companion. The silence of the street was a physical weight. My unsounding footsteps carried me past the replica of Miller-esque grocery store, its windows dark, its neon sign unlit. I kept my eyes fixed on the horizon where the street met the sky, searching for a seam, a pixel out of place. The perfection was the trap. I had to find the mistake. I walked for hours, or what felt like hours. The sun did not move in its fixed position overhead. My body did not tire, my throat did not grow dry. I was a reader forced to stare at the same illustration forever. The rustling remained constant, a soft, maddening static. Then I saw it, at the end of the street where the pavement should have curved toward the highway. The world simply stopped. It wasn't a cliff or a wall. It was a clean, sharp edge, beyond which was nothing but a formless, shifting gray, the same gray as the light in the bedroom of the house. I had reached the end of the page. I walked to the edge and looked down. There was no ground below, only a vast, empty whiteness like the margins of a book. The rustling grew louder here, a rhythmic, swirling sound coming from the void. It was the source. I knelt and reached a hand out over the abyss. The air at the boundary was thick, resistant, like pushing against a membrane. I pressed harder. My fingers tingled, then went numb. I could feel the nothingness pulling at them, not a vacuum, but a substance cold and dense as ink. A thought, clear and sharp, cut through the static in my mind. This was not the end of the story. This was the space between the lines. This was where the author lived. I did not hesitate. I pushed forward, leaning my whole weight into the barrier. It gave way not with a tear, but with a soft, sighing release, like a page being turned. I fell into the gray. There was no up or down. There was only the rustling, now deafening, a hurricane of paper. I was tumbling through a storm of unwritten words, of discarded phrases and abandoned plots. Fragments of my own life whipped past me, written on scraps that dissolved before I could read them. The coppery smell was here, too, mixed with the scent of old, dry paper. And then I saw it. In the center of the storm was a core of absolute stillness. A figure sat at a desk, its back to me. It was bent over a large, open book, a pen moving steadily in its hand. The pen was dripping brown ink. I knew with a certainty that froze the blood in my veins that the figure was writing this right now. It was writing my approach. I tried to shout, but the storm stole the sound. I tried to swim through the chaos, but the currents of narrative pushed me back. The figure did not turn, it simply wrote. I was a character fighting my way toward the author, and the author was writing my struggle, my desperation, my inevitable failure. The rustling became a single, coherent word, repeated by a million whispering voices. It was my name. The figure at the desk slowly, deliberately lowered its pen. It began to turn. I did not want to see its face. I knew that when I did, the story would be over. I closed my eyes, but it was too late. The turning was already written. The face was my own. Not the tired, terrified face from the window, but my own face as I remembered it from a photograph, from a time of confidence before the quiet had set in. It looked at me with an expression of profound and weary pity. Its eyes were my eyes, but they held a knowledge I did not possess, the knowledge of how the sentence would end. Its hand, my hand, lifted the pen from the page. The rustling ceased. The storm of paper hung motionless in the void. The silence was worse than the noise had been. You are the story, it said, and its voice was my own, heard from the inside of my own head. I am the telling. There is no difference. It gestured with the pen toward the book on the desk. I saw the words flowing across the page, describing this very moment, my horror, my understanding. The ink was dark and wet. I cannot stop, it said. The story must be told. It is all I am. It is all you are. I looked at the pen, the instrument of my endless captivity. I looked at my other self, the scribe of my despair. A strange calm settled over me. The fear was gone, burned away by the raw truth of this place. I was not a man in a house. I was an idea in a mind, and the mind was my own. Then do not stop, I said, but tell a different story. I took a step toward the desk. The figure that was me did not move to stop me. It watched, its pity deepening. It knew what I intended, and it knew it was futile. It had already written my attempt. My hand reached for the pen. My fingers closed around its cool, smooth barrel. At the moment of contact, a jolt passed through me, a surge of memory not my own. I saw the first word written in this book, the first brick laid in the house. I saw the first moment of loneliness that had given birth to all this. I did not try to take the pen. Instead, I guided it. I pushed our shared hand toward the open page, not to write a new sentence, but to blot out the last one. The nib, heavy with ink, touched the paper. A dark, formless stain spread across the words, consuming them. The figure that was me let out a soft sigh, not of defeat, but of release. The world of swirling paper began to dissolve, not into nothing, but into a single, blinding point of white light. The rustling became a long, fading whisper, and then it was gone. The light was everything. There was no desk, no book, no other me. There was only the light and a profound, empty silence. It was not the silence of the house, heavy and waiting. It was the silence before a word is spoken, full of every possible sound. I hung in that silence for a timeless moment, a thought unthought, a story untold. And then from the heart of the silence, a single, clear sound emerged. It was the distant, insistent ringing of a telephone.